relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
Please welcome to the stage CEO of Web Summit, Catherine Marr.
Hello again. Welcome back. Welcome to day 2 of Web Summit 2023. I'm excited to see everyone here for more of our talks on center stage. As you've probably been seen as you've been walking through the venue yesterday, if you're like me, your feet might be getting a little bit tired. The Web Summit is a combination of more than 25 stages over 3 days. I hope you've had the chance to check out our newest ones, the AI Academy and Book Summit. And I want to call attention to the work of the amazing team that have assembled a world-class lineup of speakers for those stages, from all over the globe to be here with us and to share their thoughts, their inspiration, and hopefully, provoke some ideas and new connections for you. So just a reminder, I know I said this the other night, but you can use the Web Summit app to make your own schedule and set reminders that will pop up when the sessions that you're interested in are about to start. I also wanted to mention the media partners that we have here today. We had an incredible show of media, more than 2,000 partners. It's the most we've actually ever had of media journalists this year from all over the globe. So if you're a startup that's looking to talk to the press, whether it's Axios or CNN or CNBC or Deutsche Welle, the list goes on and on. This is a great event to do it. And if you'd like to get connected to the media team, just a reminder that that's available to you. So today, on day 2 of Web Summit, we're going to learn how to build a unicorn. I think it involves a horn. No, we're going to learn how to build a unicorn. We're going to talk about how you can use social media for good. We're going to talk about how to make democracy work in a digital world. And as I mentioned last night, for maybe the millennials in the audience, all the way from Japan, a very special appearance by Sonic the Hedgehog, who is making his Web Summit debut, which I know for me is a really exciting moment. So that's it. I want to get right to it. We hosted our first event in Latin America this past May. I hope some of you, were any of you at Web Summit in Rio? A couple hands. All right. Make some noise. Woo! Web Summit Rio. All right. Well, I hope you'll put your hands together because we welcome more than 21,000 attendees, and 2024 we're expecting to be even bigger. And as I'm sure you know, the connection between Portugal and Brazil is, of course, deeply rooted in history, shared cultural and linguistic ties, and we're going to bring that to the stage right now. I'm incredibly excited to have the mayors of both Lisbon and Rio de Janeiro on the same stage as they're going to discuss how their 2 cities have become transatlantic tech hubs, attracting tech leaders and the world's brightest talent, and creating a concentration of innovation and investment. So if you'll join me in putting your hands together to welcome back to the stage the mayor of Lisbon, Carlos Modas, and the mayor of Rio de Janeiro, Eduardo Paes, as well as Rosalia Amorim from TSF. So thank you very much. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Good morning. Well, welcome to the panel about the transatlantic tech hubs from Rio to Lisbon. Thanks for coming. Thanks to the Web Summit for the invite. And it's a privilege being here with 2 mayors. Thank you so much for coming. Let's start with the conversation. Carlos Moedas, both mayors have shared the ambition of becoming the innovation capital in our countries, in our regions too, Latin America and Europe. Why the innovation is so important in the case of Lisbon? Carlos.
So thank you so much, and a great pleasure to be again in this great stage and with my friend Eduardo, the mayor of Rio de Janeiro, the city that I love. And I think that going to your point, innovation is about creating jobs. And so what you do as innovators is to create jobs. And in an economy that is a knowledge economy, in this economy of the future where you have the physical world and you have the digital world, that's the only way you can create jobs. politicians don't create jobs. You create jobs. And so our job is to cherish you, is to really be your cheerleaders for you to come with new ideas that create new products, that people love those products, they buy those products, and your companies grow. And I think that's what we did in Lisbon over these 2 years, was exactly to be kind of the ambassadors of that innovation. Because whatever you say, I mean, you can say that you can, like, governments don't create jobs. I mean, you create jobs by creating companies. And so I think that if everybody knows I'm a very social welfare aware mayor. I want to help people that have very difficult times in this city, people that cannot pay their rents. And for doing that, or to do that, I need you, because you are the ones that bring the revenues to the town hall, so I can use that money to really help the ones that have difficult lives. So innovation is not about what people sometimes think, that innovation is like just doing something or creating something and these new companies. These new companies are the only way that you create jobs. In Lisbon, since the Unicorn Factory, there's 10,000 jobs. So that's a lot for this city. It's fantastic.
Eduardo, thanks for coming. You are our special guest. What's the similarities and differences between Lisbon and Rio?
Well, first, I have a better mayor than Rio, Lisbon. Just kidding. I mean, first, I want to make a complaint here, my friend Carlos. It's because I saw that not many people raised their hands when Catherine asked if they went to Rio. So we're going to be having Web Summit Rio next April between 15 and 18. So you're all invited to go to Rio. But I mean, I think it's not about the differences between Rio and Lisbon, but I mean, it's using Lisbon as an inspiration. When you look at Lisbon before Web Summit, before 2016, before having a clear target to being innovation city, an important hub of innovation in Europe, it changed completely. Obviously, Carlos has been doing an amazing job. I mean, he's very connected to this environment. But the challenge of Rio, what we do now, what we use Web Summit for, is as an inspiration. We use Lisbon as an inspiration for the role we want to play in Latin America. I mean, Brazil is the biggest, most important country in Latin America. Rio has a lot of connections to innovation because of its amazing universities, research centers. I mean, the role that Rio plays in the Brazilian image to foreign countries. So what we want to do is, like, we have a saying in Brazil, I don't know if you guys say that in Portuguese, but eu quero ser você amanhã. I want to be Lisbon tomorrow.
Thank you.
So, I mean, I can bring some things to Lisbon too, but, you know, fine.
In Portuguese language. Carlos, what's next? What can Lisbon do more to be the tech hub from the Europe? What's next for the next 2 years?
So first, in the immediate future, on the 27th of November, there's this big prize, which is kind of the Nobel Prize of Innovation for European cities, where we are on the top 3. So there's 3 cities in Europe, and on the 27th of November, there will be the announcement of the European Commission about who's going to be for the next year the capital of innovation of Europe. And Lisbon is on the top 3, so I need your good energy. I need the good energy of the Web Summit people to get Lisbon to be the capital of innovation of Europe with a prize of €1 million. So we need that. So that's on the short term. But I think that, for me, it's very important that innovators focus now on really creating a connection in between technology and the problems that we're living today, and really the threat that we live today in terms of the democracy. So technology has to focus on the problems of the day. So how do you gonna solve the problems of everyone that cannot pay rent? How can you solve the problems of people that are vulnerable and have health problems that the social welfare state cannot anymore solve? And so for me, the next step for Lisbon would be to focus on that and get technology to help on a very difficult moment where you have a lot of friction in society, where the extremes are creating that friction. And so technology has to be the value of moderation. And I know that if you go to the social networks, somehow technology is not that. So I think that we all together have to get back to that, like how technology can help on moderation, on respecting different ideas without friction. And for me, as mayor and as a politician, I think that I'm a techno-optimist, I'm an engineer, but I'm worried about the fact that technology somehow can be breaking democracies by inflating the extremes. And so I think that if you all help us on having a technology that looks at these problems, I think that something very, very important for our future. If we want to have a future, we need technology to help politics somehow. And I hope that Lisbon can contribute for that.
Eduardo, do you agree the technology could be a kind of arm to the democracy?
Well, I mean, I think we have a crisis on representative democracy. That's for sure. I mean, it's been around a while. And I see the social networks, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, whatever, I see them as the new agora. I mean, that's the place where we can, you know, where they can play a role of the square, of the agora of the direct democracy in our day's society. But this is a challenge, obviously, because we as politicians, or we as a society, we haven't found a way yet how to deal with that. I mean, how can we make people participate more in our everyday decision? How can people connect more to governments? But I would add to what Carlos said, and following the same way, two big challenges that I think innovation has to go through. I mean,
Let me know if you are concerned with Brazilian democracy, and after that you can comment, Carlos Moedas. Are you concerned with Brazilian democracy now?
No. I mean,
No?
I think the institutions in Brazil, they played an amazing role. I mean, when you look at what has came out in the past few months, I mean, we were in harm's way. There was some possibilities of coup against Brazil, which is unbelievable that we had this fear. But again, the institutions work hard. Brazil is following its path, and I hope it goes. And again, moving to what I was saying, I mean, you got two main challenges also besides democracy. It's how can we reduce inequality? I mean, that's an issue everywhere, but obviously in a country like Brazil, that's a big, big issue. And the other thing is how can we deal with climate change, especially when you talk about adaptation? How can we deal, how can innovation help cities like ours to deal with climate change? So inequality, it's a big challenge. Climate change is another big challenge for innovation.
And what are you doing in your city to get there?
I mean,
can you give us an example?
No, yeah, the Operation Center of Rio. I mean, that's something that we created almost 13 years ago, 2010, 11, 11 years ago. And it's a place where you use lots of technology 24/7, and then you deal with the problems of the city, and you can save lives. Like Rio has big rains, as forever. Mudslides in the city happen a lot. Lots of people die, especially in the poor areas, in the favelas of Rio. But with this center of operations, the Operations Center, what we do is like we let people know using technology that if the rains too much, you need to get out, go to a safe place, and then, I mean, you can still have the mudslide, but at least you're not going to lose lives. So this is a good example of how technology can help a city like Rio, and obviously it works for everyone.
Carlos, another important topic, it's the talent, of course, how to attract the talent. And in Portugal, in Lisbon, we have a challenge, houses, the political two houses. It's a problem. We don't have houses to put all this talent you want to attract to Lisbon. What can we do more? What we need in terms of political public for this kind of topic?
So I think there's always, cities are about really getting a balance. And that's why in the world, people like Eduardo and people like me, we are on the moderation side of politics, because being a mayor is about getting a balance every day, like people that have different ideas. And so what you have to find today is that you have to attract talent. But if you attract talent, people that are talented, they have better salaries and they pay higher rents. And so the price of rents goes up. So a mayor has to invest 10 times or 20 or 50 times more in housing than in innovation. You know, I invest in my unicorn factory 5 or 6 million euros a year, but I'm investing 500 million euros to build houses, to have people that cannot afford rent anymore to live in the city. I'm talking about policemen. I'm talking about teachers. I'm talking about nurses. I was just outside with a policeman that is a guy that we've helped, him and a lot of them, to have a house that they have an affordable rent for policemen that they cannot afford anymore to live in Lisbon.
And
but at the same time, it's important that you are here. You know,
Carlos, what about the new talent? The talent of tech talent, it's new. And sometimes the salary isn't enough to buy or to rent a house. How can Lisbon help these people to come and to stay at Lisbon?
I know that a lot of you, and especially the engineering talents, they come and they can be here or they can be somewhere else. And the fact that you are in Lisbon is because you feel at home in Lisbon. And I think that Eduardo and we have, and I'm happy that you're using us as an example, but I think that Rio is also an example for me, because we are cities that are really open to diversity. And so what we do to talent is to tell talent that if they are in Lisbon, they feel at home. And for me, this is absolutely crucial for innovation. And today, there's not a lot of places in the world, unfortunately, where you are and you feel that you belong. Whatever is your religion, whatever is your way of thought, whatever you feel, whatever you are what you want to be. And I think that the cities that will have that differentiator of openness, of diversity, they'll be the ones where the talent wants to be. Because the talent today, they can be all over the world. They can choose. You know, when I tell the stories about these unicorns that come to Lisbon, I mean, why do they come to Lisbon? No one tells me that they come to Lisbon because it's cheaper or because the weather. They come because they feel the city is open to that diversity. And diversity is the mother of innovation. You know, if I get together with someone that is like me, it's fun, but I'm not going to invent or innovate because we think alike. But if I get together with someone that is totally different from me, then that's the spark that makes innovation a reality, is then when you're really different. Sometimes it's tough because you're different from the other person, and you kind of find a little bit uncomfortable. But that's when you feel a little bit uncomfortable that you really find new things for the world. And so if Lisbon and cities like Rio have that ability to be the magnet for that. But I really tell everybody, you come to Lisbon, but then you have to contribute to our society. You have to help the more vulnerable. You cannot live just in a group of people with talent. You need also everyone. And so that's very important in my objectives, not to help everyone, to help the ones who come, but to help the people of Lisbon, because they need help, like in Rio. I mean, these cities, we have a lot of people that cannot afford rent. Isn't it, Eduardo?
Eduardo, you have the same challenge in Rio.
Yeah, I mean, I think talent is about everything. I mean, and the quality of life of a city, it has a lot to do with diversity, with acceptance. When you look at Rio and Lisbon, we have that as an asset for our cities. People need to feel comfortable in that environment. So I think when you look at the examples of Rio and Lisbon, we are ahead on that. I mean, so like Brazil is a huge country, as you all know. We have many amazing cities, but still, Rio is the more international one. It's the one that people, you know, feel that they can be close to nature and at the same time, you know, can work, can find a good environment for that. Obviously, you need, these are permanent assets of our cities. You need public policies for that, so how do we lower the taxes? How do we get less bureaucracy for someone to open a company?
This is important to attract tech talent to Rio?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. I mean, we have like the service tax. we had what we call ESS tech, which is, I mean, how can we not charge any tax for innovators? They're coming to establish their companies in Rio. How they can get the license to establish the company in a certain area of the city. It doesn't have to go, take forever in the bureaucracy of cities. So that's, and we use technology for that. So you can go there. I mean, unless you're doing something that it's very, very complicated from an environmental perspective, you will open your company, get your license in Rio in 1 minute on the internet. So these are the kind of things, besides all the great things that both cities have. I think it's how can we create the right environment, the right ambiance, so that people can come and decide to work and live. I mean, I always say, I'm not going to say it's the best one in the world because I'm with the mayor in Lisbon, but at least in Brazil and Latin America, I'm sure that Rio is an amazing place for that.
Last question for Carlos and for Eduardo, less than 1 minute. Carlos, at the end of the month, we will have the budget state approved. And we need to be a country more and more competitive. I think so. So I have to ask you, what is missing? What is missing, and what kind of new leader needs Portugal to have a new era?
That's a very tricky question. No, look, I think that is important that really the countries show stability. And I think Lisbon is that beacon of stability in this country. We are 33% of the GDP of Portugal. We have a very open and diverse city. 20% of our population are foreign. And I love that. I love the fact that 20% of our population comes from all parts of the world. And we have more than 20,000 Brazilians, a lot of them are from Rio, that they are Brazilians, they are Portuguese, and are Lisboetas. And I work for all of them with great pleasure. And I think that cities now, they are the beacon of stability. So in Lisbon, you have a safe harbor. That's what I want it to be. And that's what I'll fight as the mayor of Lisbon, which I love to be, and it's a huge privilege.
Just let me tell you, that's how we feel when we come here, so we feel home.
In the last days, we lived a political crisis, as you know, in Portugal. Eduardo, you have a kind of PhD in your country with political crisis, right?
Come on, it's been like almost a decade
Give us
of political crisis. So be tough, don't give up, keep moving. Portugal is an amazing country, as it is Brazil, and we're going to protect each other. I think the important thing is that we learn from this political crisis, that democracy gets better.
Where do you want to see Brazil in the next 2 years?
I mean, I hope we get back to growth, to the economy to move on. Again, as I said in the beginning, I think our political institutions, they showed lots of strength. So, I mean, the economy has to move on in Brazil, and equality has to get back to low levels again. I mean, hunger is something that we cannot accept in a rich country as ours.
Thank you so much, Carlos.
Thank you.
Last commentary?
Fingers crossed for Lisbon to be the capital of innovation of Europe. Fingers crossed. 27
Thank you so
November.
much. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Eduardo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Vicente, and as some of you may know, I am the co-host of Web Summit Rio, and I'm very excited to introduce the next talk of the day. Bom dia, gente! Tudo bem? Agora sim! Ai, para! Vocês que são, para! Meu nome é Laura Vicente, eu sou apresentadora na TV Globo e vou contar para vocês o que vai acontecer nessa próxima palestra. As AI continues to advance at an unprecedented rate, the concept of the future of work has become a topic to intrigue and concern. The integration of AI into various industries has raised questions about the potential impacts on jobs, the workforce, and the overall nature of work itself. Data Scientific CEO Cassie Kosirkov discusses how jobs will stay, which jobs will stay 100% human, and I hope mine does. Please welcome Cassie to the stage.
Hello, Lisbon. I am so happy to be here with you today to talk about AI and the future of work. So what is going to stay 100% human? Let's level set first before we get into that. So do I have my slides up? Yes, I do. So first, we have a new kind of AI on the scene. Generative AI, the one that everyone's excited about. But let's first level set by comparing it with the kind of AI that has been around for a little while that also has a name that's called discriminative AI. The difference between them, of course, is that discriminative AI is where the point is to get the right answer, to apply a label. So if you've seen a talk of mine from, say, 5 years ago, you would have remembered that I would call AI a thing labeler, essentially. So that was this one, discriminative AI. Let's give you an example. So there was this one day where this fellow called BJ May said that he was locked outside of his house because his smart front door camera was protecting the house from Batman. That's right. So get the right answer, or try to get the right answer. This is also a reminder that these systems make mistakes. They all make mistakes. The more we over-rely on them, the more we're going to get ourselves into trouble. But generative AI is a different type of AI. This is where we are trying to create a plausible exemplar. In other words, if the kind of AI we've been used to for the last 10 years could be called a thing labeler, this one is a fake maker. So we've got thing labelers and we got fake makers coming on the scenes. So let's have an example of that. So I've often called Midjourney my favorite casino. Midjourney is an AI image generation tool. And so here I've asked it for Picasso's famous laptop paintings. As you know, Picasso made many paintings of laptops. So this is clearly not a real work by Picasso, and what Midjourney gives you is 4 different options. You choose which one you like. Or I could have asked it for sunglasses by Gucci. These are not real Gucci sunglasses either. So we are creating plausible exemplars of a category by learning a distribution. That's what's happening there behind the scenes, and then simulating from that distribution. What that all means, folks, is if you have used Sheets or Excel or one of those things, you've used a random number generator from that. This is a very fancy version of a random number generator from a much more interesting distribution. Now, when we see things like this, we might think that instead of me, we are having Midjourney or some other AI tool be a designer. Is that true? I would argue strongly against. I've often heard people discuss the question of whether AI can be creative, and I really think that that question misses all kinds of points, particularly since in every case of AI making some creative thing, whether it is a song or a painting or some written piece of copy, what's actually happening behind the scenes is that it is the human who is putting some judgment into it, who's often looking at a few options and saying, aha, that one is the one that says what I want to say. In other words, the human here is using AI as a tool. So when people ask whether AI is the artist or whether the human is the artist, my favorite example to go to is this one. So this is a very famous piece in the art world. This is Fountain by Marcel Duchamp from 1917. And what this artist did is he found a urinal. He signed a name on it, not even his own name. He brought it to an art exhibition and said, aha, this is art. Now the question is, to whom do we give credit for this piece? Do we give credit to Marcel Duchamp? Do we give credit to the toilet porcelain company? I would strongly urge us to call this a work of art by a human artist. Does it matter that he didn't sculpt it himself by hand? I don't think it should. In fact, some of that toil is keeping us between the idea and the execution, giving us less art in the world. Isn't it wonderful that he's got the opportunity not to have to make every single tiny thing from scratch, but rather to let his vision come to life quickly? That's what these AI tools are affording us as well. And so I like a new word in this space. I like the word thunking, that's as opposed to thinking. In many tasks, there is both a thinking component and a thunking component. The thinking bit is understanding the why, the what needs to happen, figuring out what you would like to see in the world, what the solution looks like. And then thunking, that dull execution, thunk, 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 like the sound of a brick hitting the ground. That piece is where you can mindlessly execute on what you know you need to do. That mindless execution piece, that toil from idea to execution, that shortens that time, that is the thunking component. The thinking component, though, the thinking component never goes away, even if we automate the thunking. And AI helps us with the thunking, not the thinking. AI systems don't think. They don't think for us. If it ever looks like some thinking happened in there, that thinking happened way before it got to you. It happened in the room where people designed the system and said, here is what the system needs to be in order to work. So when we allow an AI system to think for us, we're actually allowing the builders, the creators of that system, to do our thinking. But that thinking stays 100% human, no matter where in the process it moves to, whether it moves to far before you began the task, or whether you're the one who's doing it. The thinking piece is 100% human. It just moves around between humans. And this should worry you slightly, because the folks who were doing that thinking in that room, designing the system, and then scaling up their thinking, did they necessarily have all the skills to think their own thinking through? And this is going to be a big concern going forward. But let's also talk about another important big change in this generative revolution. Today, AI is a raw material for all of us to use the way that we want to build on top of. This is an unprecedented opportunity for creativity. Because for the first time ever, you've got this incredible opportunity to have AI products given to you, AI as AI for its own sake. You can now take it, play with it, turn it into whatever you want to turn it into. You didn't really have that opportunity with discriminative AI 10 years ago. You just took whatever the large companies that were running these big AI systems, you just took that output and you went with it, or you didn't. Like in Netflix, those recommendations in Netflix are absolutely AI-driven and have been for a long, long time, but you didn't have to worry about that. You got a recommended TV show, watch it, don't watch it. That was your choice. You didn't take it as a raw material, sculpt it into something more interesting, build with it in your own systems. That is the big difference. You are being given something like ChatGPT that you can put anything you want into and then take the results and use them wherever you like. This is an unprecedented user experience revolution. Now, I also should mention ChatGPT, even though most of you, I'm sure, have tried it out. What I've heard is that the people in an organization who are the least likely to have actually tried these tools out, used them with their own hands, are leadership. So the more senior you get, the less likely you are to have actually used this stuff. That should worry all of us if it's going to have labor and economic impact. So what I found was a fun factoid. When a group of CEOs was surveyed, and asked, what is your most frequent use case? Personally, for ChatGPT, those who had used it said, we use it for things like writing a birthday poem or a retirement poem. So, like, write a funny retirement poem for your CEO in the style of Dr. Seuss, and you get something like, you've been the big cheese, the head of the pack. Now it's your time to kick back and slack. Another fun thing that OpenAI found was that people, and this tells you a little about the human condition, is that people would use this system to expand on bullet points and turn these into emails. So write an email with these bullet points, and the system expands them. And then what OpenAI found was that another very common use case was, in fact, to summarize emails back into bullet points. So people were starting with bullet points, ending up with emails, taking the emails, ending up with bullet points, right? That's just the human condition for you right there. But the point is that the user interface, CEOs and other leaders, is as simple as sending a text message. So really, you have no excuse not to use this. The trouble is, though, that when you use it, what you use it for is to look at it once quickly, to try it out. And when you try it out, you might be very impressed by what you see there, and you'll be very impressed by demos in spaces like this one. What you really need to do is keep pushing until you hit your zone of disappointment. Because with any technology, it's not perfect. Keep pushing until it starts failing and until it starts making mistakes, and there you will begin to learn the right things from it. What we'll see very quickly is that there are two broad uses for these technology. One is personal productivity tools. And that is fundamentally a human-in-the-loop model, where you yourself take responsibility for your own output. That's like you working, you've bought your own laptop, but you're responsible for your output. You're not going to blame whatever happens next on the laptop in that my dog ate my homework kind of sense. You are going to work with that piece of technology to build yourself up. And of course, just as with laptops, those who can afford the technology will end up becoming relatively more productive than those who can't afford things like subscription costs and hardware costs. There is the other piece, though, and that is the enterprise automation piece. That one is a bit trickier, and let me show you why. Here I've asked ChatGPT to write the Fortran code for generating the Fibonacci sequence. And what we see is something that looks like code right there. Now, it turns out that I have no understanding of Fortran. So when I look at this, I don't know, maybe it looks plausible. I could just pick it up. I could put it into the software, the code repository of my company. And I could end up pushing this to production and making a horrible mess without ever knowing if it worked. Right? It's very mysterious. If you don't actually understand this code, how do you know if it's any good? When we talk about enterprise automation, we're talking about taking the human out of the loop often. And that means we now have to start thinking about trust and what it means to trust a software system and what it means to test a software system. Unfortunately, we are getting so far ahead of ourselves with all these generative technologies because we do not have good procedures and plans for testing them. A few things that we do know. One is that this will be, in some strange way, the rise of the statistician again. I, as a recovering statistician, find that to be quite funny because that's a profession that definitely dipped in popularity, might be coming back up. Another thing that we know about testing these things is that context matters. Just because it works in one situation doesn't mean that it will keep working in another situation. What we also know is that because the inputs and the data to these systems might shift over time, how well it works might also change over time. So when you start to automate at scale without a human in the loop with these types of systems, you need to stay on top of whether they are still performing what you need them to perform. And you need to keep testing, and you need to keep checking, you need to keep monitoring, you need to keep maintaining. And that's a kind of truth that you don't hear spelled out very often. Very context dependent, very situation dependent. And again, think of it like this. You know I don't speak Portuguese. If I were to make that retirement poem for a CEO in Portuguese, and I just take whatever I get and I pass it along to my most important and valued Portuguese-speaking CEO friend, I might deeply embarrass myself. Having the expertise to check that this works is really important. And there's going to be a huge difference between me, non-speaker of Portuguese, and somebody who is fluent. That skill that allows you to check the system is a very important one. And how do you get that skill? You get that skill by building up expertise at the task, by speaking Fortran in the first place, or Portuguese, by understanding how to do it yourself. And if we start to talk about automating away all the experts who have these skills, who's going to do the testing and the checking? How will we know whether any of it works? This is also why we keep hearing statistics like if you have a developer who's really, really good at writing code, then when they use these tools, it makes them better. But at the same time, when you have someone who isn't good at it, their performance goes way down, productivity goes way down. Likewise, if you have a very good writer might be able to use these tools to make themselves better. A bad writer will churn out a lot of mediocre stuff. Yes, maybe it's a lot, but will it be any good? Who's to say? Automation is accelerating. So what stays 100% human in an automation accelerating world? I would bring it all back to all the bits that are the thinking components. So what are the bits that this doesn't automate? Decision making, of course. The why in the first place. Why are we doing any of it? What is worth doing? These systems won't make those judgments for us. Design. The core design piece, we're keeping that. But we won't be held back, perhaps, by as much technical limitation as before. Our tools will get better. So the thinking piece will rise to the surface, and the toil and the fiddling with nasty tools, that'll go away. Creativity. What can we do with all this? When we look today, when we talk about jobs and jobs going away, we are imagining that economic activity is static and that all of our concerns today are the only concerns that we're going to have. But imagine a world in which automation accelerates, where there's more going on, more people having their creativity unlocked because they don't have to fiddle with annoying tools. Well, as you have more going on, you're building more things, you're inventing more things, there will be more challenges and opportunities. Everything will happen at a faster pace. I think that in order to react to all that, we might need more labor, not less, though time will have to tell there. Communication, interpersonal skills, spending time with one another, that is definitely going to be on the rise. And maybe that's the best of what we're for in the first place. Being with other people and connected to a community. Problem solving, these are tools. These are like paintbrushes for artists, but what's worth doing in the first place? How do you take all the components available to you and put them together into a solution? That's going to be a necessary skill no matter what. And maybe that is what an engineer is. I consider myself an engineer and scientist. And when I think about what makes me an engineer, it's that whatever problem you throw at me, I can look at all the available tools I have to solve it, and I can put them together in an interesting way to come up with that solution. This is just more tools, so we can solve more interesting problems. But going from tool to problem solved, that fundamental skill, there's no reason why that should go away. Social and interpersonal, as I mentioned, of course are going to be a big part of the future. But now the big three. Adaptability in a world that's rapidly changing, that is a skill, and that's a skill that we need to nurture in ourselves, in our kids, And then collaboration and trust. Things are getting bigger than just one person. I don't know how your educational program was, but mine, particularly in the mathematical disciplines, taught me that in order to use a solution or in order to help myself to a theorem in mathematics, I had to develop it from first principles myself. I had to get there from the axioms. I could only use what I could build myself with my own hands, with my own thoughts. That style is going to have to go extinct. It's like the difference between building your own mud hut and building a skyscraper. The skyscraper is not a one-person job. And no single person is going to know every component of putting the skyscraper up. We're going to have to learn how to work in teams, and we're going to have to figure out what trust means when you can't check everything. How are we going to join both human systems and AI systems together when the boundaries are opaque? These are the questions that we don't have good answers to. We need more people studying these topics, both on the technical data side and on the human side. What is trust and collaboration going to look like in the future? Because this is our list. This is not going away. It will stay 100% human, no matter how interesting the tools get. At the end of the day, in our brighter future, I do believe that there will be so much for all of us to do. There will be diseases to cure. There will be climate change to solve. There will be inventions to make. There will be a whole future to build. And we will need the best of us throughout all of this. We are not going out of style. These skills will always be there. And I'm glad that the toil in between might go down a notch. Thank you very much.
Okay. From Macross to Hatsuki Miku. If you're an anime fan, this next talk may or may not surprise you. The VTuber or virtual YouTuber revolution in Japan has fully gone mainstream, appearing everywhere from TikTok and live streaming to broadcast television. Social media, print magazines, music concerts, and conversations are all in love with this new medium, virtual idols. Through the use of cutting-edge tech, anime characters inhabit the same space as famous actors and influencers. How soon before they take over the rest of the world? Discussing how this is transforming the character, gaming, and entertainment spaces in Japan, please welcome to center stage for a mind-blowing live demonstration, Sega COO Shuji Utsumi, aka Virtual COO Jia Shen, and international video game and motion picture superstar Sonic the Hedgehog.
Hi, thank you for joining us today. I'm Shuji Utsumi, co-CEO of Sega.
Hi, I'm Ja, CEO of AKA Virtual. Today, I'd like to explain how important virtual characters are by highlighting the collaboration with Sega and clarifying their strategy behind our collaboration. Shuji, can you share Sega's strategy first?
Sure. I hope you agree, Sega has numerous IPs. IP means intellectual properties. And characters. To maximize IP values, we have implemented transmedia strategy, which comprehensively approach global fan base through digital and physical channels. One successful example of this strategy is, it's working? No, but
Can we do the next slide, guys?
Yeah. Oops, it's not working. Sorry for this. You know, we use controllers in our business, but it's not working right now. So let me try. OK. So this is Sega's franchise. You know, we have a lot of Sega IPs, intellectual properties, and games. And you know, Sonic. Sonic is the transmedia representative of the success of the example is Sonic. Movies and animations were huge hits, and we have collaborated with metaverse platform Roblox, as well as Lego in physical business, which significantly contribute to growth of the fan base. As you might know, we have acquired Rovio. Transmedia is one of the major reasons for the acquisition. We have got a strong path to deliver our IPs to global mobile audiences, and the attractive IPs and characters will strengthen our strategic position. In the same way as Rovio, we are excited about the partnership with AKA Virtual. AKA stands out as a production company specializing in virtual characters, which is another missing transmedia piece with a huge potential to grow. Hey, that's my friend Sonic. Everyone, this is Sonic. Sonic, yeah. Wave to people. Wave to people. Yeah, OK, great. And Sonic, you met Jack.
Hey, Sonic, how's it going?
Sonic, since we are here, let's take a selfie. Ready? Yeah. Oops, sorry. Yep. 1, 2, 3. Hey, Jack, for this opportunity, let's take a selfie with the crowd as well, too. So are you ready? OK? 1, 2, 3. OK. Well, OK. We need to get back to our presentation. See you later, Sonic. OK? Bye. Oops. Again. Did you enjoy meeting Sonic? AKA quickly prepared this for today. Now you can imagine that the collaboration between AKA and Sega would deliver unique digital character experience for a transmedia initiative. And let me touch on another successful initiative with AKA, which is TikTok. We have posted a series of short-form videos based on Sonic IP that acquired 9 million viewers in just 2 months. This success is particularly noteworthy as TikTok represents a key digital channel for younger audiences. AKA enables us to engage them swiftly and effectively with its tech stack and creativity. Furthermore, as I mentioned in the beginning, we have lots of IPs and characters. We are planning to expand Transmedia Initiative to these major IPs. During this journey, we firmly believe AKA Virtual plays an important role, allowing us to strategically expand the values of numerous IPs in innovative ways. Jia, CEO of AKA Virtual, will walk us through details of virtual characters business and how the trend is changing and how they utilize their innovative tech stack to win the next era of entertainment. I'll pass the floor to Jia.
Thank you, Shuji.
Yep.
Oh, great.
Yeah, okay.
So this is what is going on in Japan. This is the world of VTubers, and here are just some examples of the content that they're creating. If you guys haven't seen it, they chat, they stream, they sing, they do all sorts of things that game streamers might do. And this phenomenon of virtual YouTubers, or VTubers as we call in Japan, is a revolution of virtual influencers that has gone mainstream in Japan as well as worldwide. This is a bit of an example of kind of the definition of it, but anybody that's in anime really kind of knows this. They are some of the most subbed and super chatted and live stream influencers in both the real world and virtual. In Japan, they are now everywhere, appearing on TikTok, the streaming platforms, live television. They're so mainstream that you can find them in your local convenience stores, adorning your favorite snacks. And you can see them on a couple fun crossover tie-ups, anywhere from ramen to energy drinks. Oh, I'm going too far. These are some cool examples of it. In Japan, it really is very mainstream. When you go to the local convenience stores, you walk around, they're in Shibuya Crossing. It's quite an amazing thing about it. Leveraging cutting-edge technology, these characters and their content really inhabit the same space as celebrities and influencers. Japan already has 2 IPO'd companies and that have reported revenues of over $560 million in 2022 alone. What's amazing about it is that 5 years ago, they didn't actually exist as a company, so it's kind of crazy. These creators are hitting momentous statistics. The top streamer had 172,000 subs within a few hours. The top earner earned $200,000 in one single stream. Almost 500,000 simultaneous viewers for one single stream for one character. And then the top VTuber in 2022 made $4.9 million just as an individual character. And that's just donations. That doesn't even include all the other amazing ways that they are engaging their fan base. When you look at Japan's top live streamers ranked by revenue, the statistic, you understand how dominant this form of content is. We're scrolling right now, but you can see at the top 100 list that it keeps going and going. And out of the top 100, 90% of them are actually virtual characters in Japan, which is kind of crazy. You look, there's only about 10 real live streamers in Japan. It's a phenomenon that is pretty surprising, also because it's growing pretty well on global rankings. 4 out of the top 10 super chatted rankings on VTubers outside of Japan, so at a global, including America, Europe, and everything else, are actually also virtual characters. And so that represents kind of how popular this type of form of content is. We're also seeing an outbound trend where more Japanese IPs are being brought overseas. Companies like HoloLive and Nijisanji have gone from Japan onto the global stage, covering the English, Indonesian, Chinese Korean markets, and many, many more. There are creators sprouting up everywhere, taking the talent online and putting it behind a virtual character. Look at these really exciting numbers. It's pretty awesome. But working with forward-looking companies like Sega, it's more than just VTubers. We are looking beyond the horizon. Sega has been a long-standing IP company with many iconic characters and games. And as you have heard from Shuji, the company has moved into a transmedia strategy. And while connecting and existing fans, IP owners who seek to acquire new and younger audiences are moving on to TikTok and into Instagram. This opens up a whole new world of possibilities. We can bring our favorite characters more into our world. Iconic characters like Sonic and any other world franchise used to inhabit only one form of media. Now they can cross into all these boundaries and into film, TV, and into the real world. They are the starting point of the future. We see a world where these characters seamlessly inhabit the same spaces as real people and influencers and creators. Here's cute Sonic. You guys just met him. What's fun about it is that we brought him onto the world media stage with really thrilling results. Engagement is rich, opening up a new fan base everywhere. And up on here, we show that we're doing posts mostly here in Japan, or I guess back in Japan, on Instagram and TikTok, and the numbers are just really quite great. And please check out the accounts when you guys go back home. Using our technology and know-how, we enable creators and companies with characters to produce the right type of content and move at the speed of social media. That's something that wasn't possible just a few years ago. Imagine if your favorite character could do an AMA or come on stage here at Web Summit. Using state-of-the-art technology like AI, machine learning, paired with motion capture and advanced 3D real-time we are bringing these iconic characters to life. Our goal is to blur the line between the medium and the character lives, and then be able to interact with the fans that they love. What you see here is that we are doing lots of things like offline meets, or off-kai in Japan, as we say it. Fans can meet their virtual idols and be close up with them in personal. And this is an example of our own activation with another Sega character, Popona, from a very famous and old school IP called Phantasy Star Online. Fans are no longer posing with posters. They're actually talking, dancing, and posing with their favorite characters. This interaction is much, much more genuine, and most importantly, you can do it in real time. We have powered some of these amazing characters and groups in their creation of music videos, concerts, live quiz shows, and so much more that they are being viewed globally. And these are just a couple examples, and it's a pretty global example of different forms of content in the United States, Indonesia, and definitely in Japan. One of our characters recently became the top male VTuber in the world. This is just you can see the graph at where content is like really much more important than anything else. This shows him at 1.65 million subscribers, but at this point, only 2 weeks after we made this slide, actually, he's already passed 1.7 million. Definitely go check him out. You can see how the right content with great tools really does change the trajectory of the stuff that you create. We are very excited about what is to come in the virtual world. What are your final thoughts, Shuji?
Thank you, Jia. The audience's behavior dramatically changing in recent years. This makes traditional approach less effective. To win this new era of entertainment, one of our answers is transmedia. We will accelerate our initiatives through open collaboration with innovative companies such as AKA and you here. Any chat or discussion will be appreciated. We are excited about seeking future collaboration with prospective companies, including investments from Sega's venture capital team. Please come and see us. Sega and AKA are always open. Thank you for sharing the time with us today.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Amazing. So, we spend a lot of time talking about the ecological crisis and not nearly enough talking about solutions. What does a realistic and just transition look like, and the role of the industry must play in leading us towards a more circular and equitable economy? If the world is on fire, our next guest has a realistic plan to save it. Please welcome founder of Sustainable and Just Future, Sage Lanier.
A 100 companies are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
My name is Sage Lanier. I'm a climate activist. Today, I'm not here to talk to you about myself or my work. Today, I'm here to do my work by offering you a lesson. Because as much as I'd love to stand here and talk to you about the power of youth, offer you a message of hope, the reality is my generation does not have institutional power yet. And the world is going to run out of our carbon budget long before we are anywhere near old enough to change things. So I'd say it's actually up to you. This summit hosts 70,000 people, and there are some very powerful people in attendance. Some of you could be considered directly responsible for architecting the ecological crisis. The visions, designs, and plans that are currently in place for our future have us on track for 3 degrees of warming by 2100. The world's major corporations, oil companies, and fashion and tech are designing a future. And right now, that future includes mass suffering for humans and other species. Almost no one wins in the version of the future that we're on track for. So you might have the institutional power, but I speak to you today as a messenger on behalf of a movement of hundreds of millions of people. And we're going to let you know what we expect from you going forward. We cannot transition to renewable energy fast enough to avoid complete climate breakdown. No amount of innovation can change that fact. We actually have to use less energy. And even if we could flip a switch today, and all of the world was powered by clean energy, we'd still be cutting down too many trees, polluting our air and water, and pulling too many resources from the earth. And the reason for that is fossil fuels are not the root cause of the ecological crisis. The economy is. For the last couple hundred years, those with institutional power have been designing a system based on the assumption that there is an infinite amount of resources we can pull from the earth. But we have already cut down 30% of the world's forests. We're already at 1.3 degrees of warming. We've already pulled 88% of the fish out of the ocean. We are running a linear system of extracting resources from the earth, turning them into goods, shipping those goods all around the world, and then landfilling them and starting that process all over again on a planet with a finite amount of resources. And when we really dig into this system, we find out that a majority of the world's carbon emissions, 65 to 72%, are associated with consumption. Let's take a look at some statistics on carbon emissions. Is it possible to sustainably source materials for the 80 billion garments the fashion industry produces each year and do it all powered by clean energy? No. You want to hear from the next generation what we expect from you in terms of radical climate action. And I'm telling you now, it's not just solar panels and wind turbines. Radical climate action means shrinking unsustainable industries. We now have enough clothes to clothe the next 6 generations. So what is a completely non-essential industry doing, contributing up to 10% of all emissions? But radical climate action can also mean growing other industries. If wasted food accounts for 8% of all emissions, there's a huge business opportunity for development of industrial composting infrastructure and innovation in the food system. Innovation is probably business's favorite word. But innovation for the sake of what? Are you making the world a better place? I'm asking you to rise to this challenge. It is possible to take pride in making sure that everyone's needs are met and our ecosystems are healthy. I think the expectation is that you and I are on opposite sides of the aisle fighting against each other. But in order for us to have a livable future, we need you to work with us on designing a more sustainable and just future. What we expect from you moving forward is a transition towards a circular economy. The circular economy is 2 things. 1, an economy based on services, not goods. And 2, an economy where resources cycle. Thus far, the conversation around solving climate change has been focused on a transition to renewable energy. And we do need that, expeditiously. But the Ellen MacArthur Foundation estimates that renewables can only address 55% of the necessary reductions we need in order to avoid complete catastrophe. So, like I said, to tackle the rest, we are going to need to use less energy, which requires a different economy. Right now, our economic system is based on extracting, processing, and selling our extremely precious and very limited resources, only to turn them around and landfill those resources just to extract more. It's destroying our ecosystems and heating up the planet. Redesigning for circularity means building a system in which all of our existing materials, whether it be consumer goods like tech and furniture or industrial materials like steel, remain in use for as long as possible. Very little goes to landfill and very little is made brand new, which would drastically cut global emissions. If between 4 and 7% of emissions come from mining, the obvious radical climate solution we have is to increase metal recycling to 100% and stop mining. Mine the landfills if you need to. In a circular system, profit can only be pursued by using waste as a resource. Take the tech industry, for example. The world is throwing away more than 40 billion pounds of electronic waste each year. Not only is this creating toxic pollution, but it is also completely nonsensical from a perspective of economic longevity. We're running out of copper to mine. The first step to solving this is to require that from now on, all tech is designed to be long-lasting and easily repairable. From now on, we're only using USB-C chargers on all devices. We're making it easy for consumers to replace a battery or a shattered screen. We're buying back and refurbishing our own devices. We're using materials that are built to last. The next step is developing technologies that make it easier to large-scale mine old electronics for raw materials. You have an opportunity to develop profitable and creative industries that require skilled labor without degrading our planet even further. And then we need to consider the human impacts of these shifts. If you increase metal recycling from e-waste, how do we make sure today's miners are included in a just transition? That's the next deliverable we're expecting from you. We're not interested in a version of the future in which the climate is stable and ecosystems are restored, but people are still being exploited. The growth of the economy and corporate profits has exploded in the past couple of decades, completely divorced from workers' wages and benefits. In the last couple of years, as we've been reaching a crisis point of people not having their basic needs met, we have begun to build collective power in ways that have not been seen in decades. We are organizing, we are unionizing, and we are demanding dignified work. And we are not going to stop with Western societies. Thanks to TikTok, the coltan mining crisis in Congo has had more visibility in the last month alone than it has since the decades it started. People are waking up to the reality that our consumer goods are not being obtained ethically. And we are refusing to accept a world in which slave labor is endemic to the supply chain. We refuse to accept a world in which child labor is a necessary evil in order to have a phone. So tighten up. Every corporation is rushing to prove that they care about diversity, equity, and inclusion, but we want to see that go beyond your ad campaigns, expeditiously. If you want a real challenge to innovate, I can give you one. A lot of the things that we think of today as good for the planet, like recycling or electric cars, are not necessarily good. They're just less bad than the alternative. Electric cars come with a whole host of problems. Coltan and cobalt, both essential components for EVs, are at the center of the human rights crisis in Congo, which holds a majority of the world's reserves for both materials. And EVs still don't come close to competing with public transit when it comes to actual greenhouse gas emissions reduced. The reality is there is currently 1.5 billion cars on the planet, and replacing them all with electric vehicles would create an entirely new environmental justice crisis. So while my point here is that public transit needs to be pushed as the primary solution to the car problem, I think we also need to get the language right. Does pursuing less bad stop us from getting real visionary, real creative about ideas that are truly good for the planet? If we have cut down 30% of the world's forests, it's not enough to just stop cutting. We have to restore entire ecosystems. Plastic is responsible for 4% of global emissions, and as we are all aware, constitutes a major pollution crisis. A company called Sway has broken through the barrier with a new material made from seaweed that can outperform petroleum plastic. Seaweed can sequester 20 times more carbon per acre than trees, without requiring fresh water, land, or pesticides. Now, that's the kind of company I want to see with a $100 billion valuation. If all we can do is less bad, then we are still failing. We must pursue a future where ecological restoration is not just an afterthought to offset our bad behavior, but where it is integral to the economy itself. And we already have all the solutions we need. We're just asking you to implement them. Project Drawdown already quantified the emission reduction potential of every single climate solution and ranked them by potential impact. With their data, we know exactly what solutions we need to fund and what needs to be given priority. A realistic and just transition requires that you get on board with these solutions and figure out how to implement them. Our survival depends on it. If these concepts are brand new to you, if you never heard of drawdown, that's a problem. The priorities of our education system and media are so off that most people don't know the first thing about the ecological crisis or what its solutions are, and we cannot solve problems we don't understand. I'm working on making sure that the next generation has the education we need in order to survive in a climate-changed world. You're the only ones who can guarantee us more than just survival. I don't have institutional power yet. So right now, the most powerful thing I can do is to come to you with this message. I'm holding up my end of the bargain. I know you have your marching orders. It's up to you.
Will be transformative force.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
Okay, so I have a question. How many of you saw Barbie this summer? How many of you laughed? How many of you cried? Okay, just a quick. One of the most entertaining visual films of recent memory definitely is Barbie. And if you enjoyed seeing Margot Robbie's journey through Barbie Land, or enjoyed flying through the space one of the last times with Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy in Volume 3, or seeing the trailer for Timothée Chalamet's deliciously sweet new movie Wonka, you will understand that visual effects have transformed the cinematic experience, and one of the biggest companies in the industry is here today to explore the processes behind award-winning visual effects. Please welcome to center stage Tim Weber, the Chief Creative Officer of Framestore.
Hello, good morning. Let me start with why I'm here talking about this. At Framestore, we do visual effects, we create digital images, mostly moving images, for a full range of screens. A lot of films, a lot of high-end TV, advertising, virtual reality, rides in theme parks, the full gamut, many, many more. And we specialize in the crossover between technology and artistry. That's what we do. So I'm very pleased to say that we have won 3 Oscars, and we've also won 3 SciTech Awards. They're the awards given out by the same organization for the technology. And I like the symmetry that we have there. The SciTech Awards, much less publicity, but I feel equally important. But importantly, I'm also going to mention that we have won 11 nominations. As you'll see as I carry on, I think that is very important too. Because the first thing I'm going to mention is how to make Oscar-winning visual effects, but not win. One of the ways you can do some incredibly complex and interesting and innovative work but not win, is to work on a Marvel film. And this goes for Star Wars and similar films. We do a lot of work on Marvel films, and we've been nominated many times. But those films, frankly, are never going to win an award, and you can sort of understand why. But what I personally find a little bit more frustrating is we also do a lot of work bringing animated characters to life. In the bottom right-hand corner, you can see a very cute little bear, Paddington. And I feel he is some of our most ambitious and most impressive work. Investing a character with the emotion that allows him to carry a film is incredibly challenging, on top of all the usual photoreal challenges of doing visual effects. And yet, for some reason, characters like that often don't get much of a look in the Oscars, which is a shame. But so to compensate for that, I thought I'd start by showing you a little bit of our work in the character area, because we like to think we specialize in bringing life to the images on screen.
There is a house built out of stone, wooden floors, walls, and window sills, tables and chairs warmed by all of the dust. This is a place where I don't feel alone. Go, my love. This is a place where I feel at home.
What are we going to do now?
You ask a lot of questions, Mr. Scamander. That can get you killed.
We gotta get out of here.
That would mean escape.
Uh-huh.
Aren't we going to clear my name?
I don't know, I just said it!
But you lied to me.
Sometimes I dream I'm a tiger, but I always wake up a hyena. When the gods came around to blow me down, held on as tightly as you held on me. Goodbye, Christopher. Held on as tightly as you held on me.
Thank you. A slightly melancholy reel there, but I think it shows the power of some of that type of work. And even though that is the sort of work that means you don't generally win awards, it does have other advantages. You do get to meet the Queen, which is always quite exciting. But back to winning Oscars. It's actually the 10th anniversary now of the release of Gravity, and I feel it's one of the most important films we worked on and one of the most important Oscar winners that we've done. And there's really two main reasons for that. The first reason is that I was the visual effects supervisor on it, so I got to pick up the statuette. Very important to me. But the second one is that it was the first film we did where we worked on the whole show. So we did all of the planning, all of the designing. We had to innovate and develop a whole range of new techniques that had never been used before in filmmaking to make it possible. We invented something called the light box, a whole new way of lighting the actors on set. We surrounded Sandra Bullock and George Clooney with LED screens. We put cameras on car assembly robots and lights on car assembly robots so they could all move around. And we even suspended Sandra from something we called the 12-wire rig, a puppet rig that enabled us to move her around and manipulate her and have Sandra Bullock in our control, which was very exciting. But I think Gravity showed all of the attributes that you need to make award-winning films. So let me talk about what some of those are and refer them back to the making of Gravity. I mean, many of these are absolutely the same sort of things you need in the pursuit of excellence in any area, and no one is going to be terribly surprised that collaboration is up there. So filmmaking is often referred to as a very, very collaborative art compared to many art forms, and that's absolutely true. But I think it's even more true for visual effects. In visual effects, this is a list of the different specializations you need to work on the visual effects of a film. These are the different artists' departments that need to come together and work together to create visual effects. And what's interesting is what you're seeing up there is just the artist departments. There is also a whole range of technology departments creating the technology that enables them to do their work. And as I said, we feel that is equally important. And what is particularly important is the way the artists and the technologists work together. And over many years, what I've found is the absolute best way to get them to work together is to have a few people on your team who really genuinely understand both the artistry and the technology. It's something I studied physics at university, but I spent more time in the art school. It's something that I feel I am suited to do and how I've ended up in this, and it's bringing those two together. But it's quite hard to find people with both of those skills. So it is quite an improbable blend of skills. But really, I wanted to talk about an improbable blend in a different way. Another area that is an improbable blend in filmmaking is, as I said, collaboration is critical, but making a great film and a great work of art requires a single vision, and in fact, a singular vision as well as a single person's vision. It can't be a free-for-all. It needs to be driven through. So achieving that at the same time as the collaboration requires great leadership. And it's really the interface of how the collaboration and the single vision fit together that makes the biggest difference in visual effects. I often say the single biggest challenge in working on Hollywood movies is that Hollywood is where you get the clash between the auteur and design by committee. And I do mean a clash. There often are some quite major clashes. But when those two things do come together, when you can get them to work together, it's incredibly effective, and you not only make a load of money, but you can also create works of art, and it's very satisfying. And I feel the key solution to combining those two things is in casting. Now, no one's going to be surprised that casting is an important part of filmmaking. Choosing the right actor to play a role is critical. But casting of the leaders of each of those teams that I showed you before is equally critical. It's really important to have the right person for the right job. One artist who's great on one film can be not appropriate for another, and one artist in one department working with another artist. You need to match people together. So casting is the most important decision to make, really. But another important thing is taking risks. I used to say that risk is the mother of invention, and there was a lot of truth to that on Gravity. But I've really come to realize just how much naivety plays into that. On all of my best projects, I've had no idea what I was letting myself in for. I had no idea on Gravity how hard zero gravity was going to be achieved, and I had no idea when we started that Alfonso wanted to fill the film full of incredibly long shots. The opening shot was 13 minutes, and it goes on like that. And without that, we probably wouldn't have embarked on it. So now I tend to say that innocence is the mother of innovation, because it's the innocence that leads, and the naivety that leads you to take the risks that need to be done. Because it's important that the risks are not crazy risks. You need to feel you're going to get there in the end. I've always had a feeling that we will get there. I don't know the route, and the route is always different to what I expect. But we do get there, even if on a film like Gravity, we spent 3 years working on Gravity, and I didn't see it coming together until less than 2 months before we had to deliver the whole project. That was when I knew we were going to make it. Oh, excuse me. Double jump there. But how you get there, it comes down hugely to planning. Planning in anything very important. And a lot of people, well, on Gravity, we spent well over a year planning the shoot. The shoot was only 12 weeks long, but we spent nearly a year and a half planning it. And that's a large proportion of the 3 years. A lot of people think that in visual effects, we come along at the end and we sprinkle our visual effects fairy dust over the film at the end. But actually, we're usually one of the first people on the film. We're sometimes on the film before the director is. We work very hard through pre-production, through the shoot, through post-production, right up to the last minute when we deliver our shots right at the last second. So it really can genuinely be quite exhausting. And it is frustrating when people think it's the computer that's doing all of the work, particularly in this world of AI. But it is not the computer that's doing all the work. The computer is the chisel, and the human beings are still the artist. And I'm glad to say I still think they will continue to be the artists in the world of artificial intelligence. In fact, I wanted to show you a little still here of the training, the sort of training we put some of our artists through for the very high technology world of visual effects. Here they are. It genuinely is a craft, and it really takes a lot of study, like with any craft. But there's one final ingredient I'd like to mention, and that is true of any awards-winning situation, is luck. The process of choosing the Academy Award, the Oscar, in visual effects is a very well-organized and rigorous one. The committee, some of the best experienced visual effects people in the world, spend a huge amount of effort whittling down hundreds of films to a long list of 20, and then they take that to whittle it down to a short list of 10. The 10 visual effects supervisors appear on stage in Hollywood, present all their work in great detail to all the Academy members in visual effects, who vote very carefully to choose the nominees. And the list of nominees is often very, very representative of the best work in the world that year. But what happens next is it goes out to the full membership of the Academy. So the list of nominees goes out, and the actors and the makeup artists and the sound designers, they all vote on who wins, and a huge proportion of them are actually retired. So whilst the nominees reflect very well the end result, and usually the winner reflects the best work in the world, sometimes the film that wins is not the best visual effects, but it is the best film with some visual effects in it. But of course, when you win, you don't complain. But part of the reason that that happens is what we in the industry call invisible visual effects, and Top Gun Maverick is a prime example of this. It's really not helped by the fact that the publicity departments these days, there's a fashion for talking about how visual effects, CGI wasn't used in this film, everything was done for real. And I think the amazing thing about Top Gun is the aerial photography in it is absolutely stunning. And they genuinely did do virtually everything for real. They really flew planes, they really made things happen, and they really photographed it for real. But often it was the wrong plane. They didn't have the right plane to fly. We had to completely replace the plane. We had to add extra planes in the background because it was too dangerous to have other planes there. So there was hundreds, and well, way over 1,000 visual effects in Top Gun. And I'm glad to say that actually the Academy did recognize it. It was nominated for an Oscar, and people did realize that there were visual effects in there. But it is sometimes some of the best work we do and the most challenging work we do is the invisible work. Another example of invisible work is, as was mentioned a little bit earlier, up there, Barbie. So Barbie, you will look at Barbie and you will not particularly think it's a visual effects film. In fact, we worked on 1,800 shots in the film Barbie, so a very large proportion of the film actually has visual effects in it. Although I am pleased to say that the shot that you see up there doesn't have any visual effects. This was purely down to Margot Robbie's incredible calf muscles. Barbie is a film we are hoping will get nominated this year. We hope people will recognize the amount of work that went into it behind the scenes. And another film that we hope will be nominated, but you'll see why if I can get it to play, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. This is another film filled with some creatures that we've brought to life. We've animated and brought to life. And there's some incredibly emotional scenes in it, incredible performances from furry creatures. But given that it is filled with furry creatures and that also it is a Marvel film, we have strong hopes that it will be nominated, but I think it's unlikely to win. Despite the huge amount, I mean, you can imagine not just to make these creatures look like they're really in the scene, they have the detailed fur, they're moving, their muscles are moving in the right way, but to get the emotional performances out of them takes a huge amount of craft. So that's a little glimpse into the future. We're hoping these are the films that are going to win, or at least be nominated. But a little bit of a further look into the future. I'm going to be showing a short film later called Flight on the Content Makers stage and talking about the technology that went into that. We took a lot of the technology that we used on Gravity, the way of creating digital humans that are genuinely engaging, but in an impossible environment that we did on Gravity, by blending live action and CGI in an invisible way, and the way that we planned the whole movie in the computer before we started to make the movie. We did that in Flight. Flight is a short 50-minute film taking all of that technology and moving it into the present day and the future way of doing things. And so please do come along. I hope you can make it, and I will talk a little bit more about the details that go in that. But thank you for coming, and thank you for listening to me.
Wow. Okay, so we have the most talks at this year's Web Summit on two subjects, AI and startup funding. This next talk brings both topics together. Whether you're a startup seeking capital or an established organization aiming for growth, this panel provides practical tips to confidently navigate the funding journey and maximize your chances at success. All startups sit up and pay attention to learn how to navigate funding from now to next year's Web Summit. And please welcome Melda Ecking, founder and CEO of D14.ai, Vera Baker, venture partner at Unconventional Ventures, Eileen Burbidge, director at Fertifa, and Fernando Cabral, managing partner and chief venture officer on Jassy Africa.
Hi, everyone. Hello.
Wow, it's good to be here, and it looks beautiful from here, right?
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Bom dia. My name is Fernando Cabral. I'm the managing partner at Jassy Africa, where we focus pretty much in three things. One, venture building. We build in startups and growing startups in Africa and black founders in the diaspora. We do an ecosystem building to make sure that we have, thriving ecosystem for the startups, and we focus on funding as well. And today we have a very important conversation here, right? So we all know that we're going through a very challenging investment market. Right. So it's really important to have this conversation to think about what to do in the next 12 months, right? So, and with me, I have a very powerful panel here. First here on my right, I have Eileen Burbidge, wearing both hats, really, both sides of the cap table, right? As the founding partner, Passion Capital, and director for Fertifa, a healthcare startup based in the UK. Then I have my good friend Vera Baker, emerging manager, angel investor with multiple startups in your portfolio, based in France. And I have Melda Ecking, right? Good to see you again since Paris.
Good to see you too.
Yes, so serial entrepreneur. You have currently three startups. So we have a lot to talk about. Welcome, ladies, and thank you for joining the panel today.
Thank you.
Let's jump straight into it, right? So if we go back to 2019 and 2020, there was so much capital really going to all these businesses, very high valuations, and it was very easy or easier to fundraise. The market has changed since then. Eileen, where are we now in November 2023?
Yeah, great question, and it is good to be here, so thank you so much, and it's great to see so many people here. I think that's an understatement about the fact that we're not in the same place that we were 2-3 years ago, and I would say it's going to be no surprise to anybody that we're in a very, very dampened market, right? So we're in a bear market. I think it is due to a lot of macroeconomic factors, but clearly it's trickled down and affected the startup and the tech ecosystem particularly sensitively.
All right. And Melda, do you feel like this is a global situation, or you feel it's just happening in a few parts of the world?
I think it's a global case because it doesn't matter where we are. It's happening in the US, it's happening in Europe, UK, in MENA region as well. This is the reality for all of us.
Yeah, Vera, what's your views on that as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, last year in Europe alone, we raised $85 billion. So it was a historic year in terms of funding. And then we had this downturn, lower valuations, funding rounds are much smaller. And so I think that founders today are having to be more capital efficient with the capital they have. They're actually having to do more with less. And this is just a really interesting time to see founders today that are building and will be building in 2024.
Yeah.
Can I just add
to
your question about whether it's global or not?
Yeah.
Actually, one reason I think it's here for longer than any of us would like is because of what's coming out of Asia.
Yeah.
So I think with what's been happening in China for the last couple of years, that's always been something that people have looked forward to and seen that economy continue to grow. What's happening in China, I think, is going to have large effects into how long we're in this current bear market.
All right, so that's a good view. And Vera, you mentioned that valuations are really, lower. I would say 50 to 70%, lower than they were in 2020. Do we think we have, a healthier fundraising landscape because of that? Eileen, I can start with you.
I don't know if healthier is the right word. I do think the good quality companies or high caliber companies, and we probably need a whole nother conversation to talk about how people evaluate that, they will always get funded. So I think it's probably the case that you have fewer tourists, maybe, getting funded, and maybe fewer sort of noise generators. Having said that, when we are in a bull market, we all like to say how a rising tide lifts all boats, and so that's good for everybody as well. I think it does depend on the stage a company is at, or a founder is at, and an investor. So for early stage, I think it's probably largely protected compared to late stage growth. I think late stage growth feels it the most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Vera, your perspective.
I would just say that, just adding on to that, we're seeing this current round of layoffs because funding has actually dried up for growth stage funding, right? That's why we're seeing this. And so at the earlier stages, I think founders, again, are just being more efficient. They're being more efficient with the capital that they have. And so even the cost of even creating a company today has gone down. People are using AI to be more efficient. And so at the earlier stages, it's easier, and they're having a different, so not the same dynamics.
And Melda, as a serial entrepreneur, how do you feel this downturn? How is it impacting the landscape?
I mean, my story is a little bit different, but many people, they want to have their own startup, but having a startup, running a startup, I think it's a mindset, it's a lifestyle. So we're not doing this for money. We're just doing to solve some problems, and of course, at the end of the day, there will be a reward. Like we said, in 2018, 19, it was way different. But now what's happening, like where I said, my friends who, their companies valued like $100 million, billion, and drastically went down because their expenses are way higher than early stage. And first time, the first stages of the startup, pre-seed, seed, the founders can survive without, the high salaries. But when it's a certain stage with the growth, the expense becomes like exponential. So they are affected more than early stages, of course.
Yeah, and I think it's a positive thing, right? Because we were removing a lot of the hype that we were seeing a couple of years ago. And Vera, to your point, we need to focus more. And the work that we're doing with Just Africa is good to see that the founders are more focused because it's getting real out there. They know that it's not that easier. And I think that focus is good, right? Because we're doing more with less, and I think that's a good thing. And going back to you, Eileen, what adjustments are you doing as a serial entrepreneur? When you think about the next 12 months, is there anything that you're doing differently because of the current situation?
So in my journey, I always, super focused how to manage money and work with the right team. So entrepreneurship is, again, it's like 24 hours job. So we talk day and night. So since all of my companies for D14.ai, my 2 startups, Series Labs, and B Invites, I invested first with the money that we generated. First, one of the mistakes that I have done, I hired senior people. And these people, they're actually, their expectation are way different than junior or the entrepreneurship mindset. So now what we do, we make like 16 or 18 months plan, how we can survive and what will be the, the worst time scenario. And we focus on the, the financials. Of course, they are all predictions, but we try to be on the track and how we can move and how we can grow without this massive marketing budgets. Rather than going than organic, and how we can grow. So we do kind of expense cutting.
Yeah, Eileen, and you, as you're sitting on both sides of the cap table, right? What are the non-negotiables for the next 12 months from both sides of the cap table to be successful?
Yeah, I think it is about cash preservation, or at least being able to have your own optionality. So to not have to go back and raise would be the first thing. For a founder, I think that's non-negotiable, because otherwise your back is up against the wall and you're not going to be making the best decisions for your business or your team. But then for investors, it's very similar. They want to see cash preservation. They want to see, like you said, the focus on actually building the business and not just prepping for the next fundraise, which might have been what we got to in 2020 and 2021. Everyone was fundraising and then thinking about the next fundraise too. So I think those would be the two things that are top of mind for me.
Yeah, and actually I've been saying as well that this is a personal perspective. I think we need more angels in the next 12 months to be even closer to the startups. And Vera, this is back to you. As a serial angel investor, what are you doing differently, or what are you planning differently for the next 12 months?
Well, I think that, I guess I would speak also from the VC perspective, but I think today we're actually, founders are raising off of actual traction as opposed to just storytelling. And so in the past, it was just that, right, particularly at the early stages. And now we actually want to see real numbers. We want to see that they actually are spending their capital wisely, that they're actually growing the customer base, and that ultimately they will get to profitability. And so in terms of the VC stage, at the earlier stages, we actually want to see traction and not just the storytelling. As an angel, I still think that there's just a really interesting time to find founders that are just being super capital efficient, that are building teams, earlier and faster. The talent is out there because of all these massive layoffs, and so you can actually build a team, with a product hacker, with someone that's doing growth, with engineering, without having to go off and actually hire those teams, right? And so just these days of the solo entrepreneurs that were out there, and then they had to hire people. Today, we're actually seeing teams come together and actually formed, and they're just doing more with less. And so as an angel, you see these exciting teams that are building things, and you do want to put your money where your mouth is and support these founders.
Exactly. Eileen, how can investors really be closer to these founders and support them at this stage?
It's a great question, because I'm sure the founders just want to see more cash. They want to see bridging rounds. They want to see more access to financing. I think there should be the best things investors can do, and again, it's going to depend on the stage, though. If it's a pre-seed, maybe a seed or a pre-series A deal, I think what an investor can do is really help figure out ways to bootstrap, be creative, get resources on the team to try and demonstrate traction without spending for very high-level or senior hires. If it's a later stage company, it is going to be about looking at the profit margin, making sure that the business is going to be either on a unit economic basis or on a month-to-month profitability basis, somewhere close to break even to try and extend the runway. But it is an interesting time, because I think most investors are probably taking a half step back, right? And sort of saying, we don't need to deploy capital, so we're going to see which companies end up coming through. So it's hard for founders to try and get that attention.
And when you mention extending the runway, is it a case of doing more with less, or is it a case of founders slowing down in the next 12 months?
I think that's the call they have to make, but I would suggest that if you can, you don't want to have to go raise money in the next 6 to 9 months.
Melda, maybe this is good for you as a founder, right? As I was asking here, is it a case of doing more because you need to extend the runway? Is it a case of doing more with less, or is it a case of slowing down and remove some waste? How do you approach this?
Well, from the day one, I always do more with less. So that's the biggest fight with the teams. Because that's the only way, to do it. I also, so what happens when I talk with the investors, they say, okay, that looks amazing what you do, but you also have other investments as well, but you also have your own other startups. So I say, okay, once we have buying a car or going for a vacation, no one judges, right? So I say, okay, this is different, but this is where my heart is, because I'm a builder, I'm an entrepreneur. If I, exit one of my company, I'm sure I'm gonna set up another one. So always doing with less. In the 14 AI, once we met, it was way different, and then it's exponential growth, and then it's just, supporting and going each other. Yeah. So cash is the king, and everyone has amazing ideas, I think. It doesn't matter in the US or Europe, but who moves faster and who moves smartly, and I think who uses the money in a super efficient way, they are obviously the winners.
Yeah, and I can echo that because I think this is a great opportunity, right? Because if our founders are doing more with less, it means that after the downturn, we're going to have more prepared startups, right? I guess it's a great opportunity, once again, removing the hype, being laser focused on what we're doing, I think is a great opportunity, and we need to look at that side. So one thing that I think that we don't discuss so much in the industry is the mental health of our founders, right? Vera, what do you see, speaking to all these founders across Europe, across the globe, what are you seeing in terms of mental health of our founders?
Well, I think it's an interesting question because VC is so much about go fast, and get shit done, as opposed to, mindfulness and meditation. But I do think that investors are much more, mindful about what's happening with founders today. I think a lot of them, depending on how big the funds are, but some funds actually have in-house therapists. You also have places where investors are offering subsidies to the actual employees to get mental health training. And then I think just in general, I think we have to be mindful when we're having those discussions with founders. Are there signals that we're seeing? Can we offer to them, go out and actually get mental health services? So I think it's up to us. We've seen this across with mental health. We've seen this with childcare. There's a lot of things I think that investors can do to make sure we're subsidizing and helping founders, without also taking the equity on that as well.
Eileen, what about the investors' mental health? Because we need to talk about it as well, because it's not been easy for investors as well. How do you see that?
True, but I have to be honest with you, I'm probably less sympathetic to investors than I am to the founders. I think, as I was mentioning earlier, investors could just take a pause, maybe stop deploying capital, maybe lean in and start working with their founders a little bit more closely if that's helpful. And I think they probably have a bit more of a luxury than founders. On the founder's point, I would just add to what was already being said. I couldn't agree more. And actually, because it has been mentioned, for TIFA, the company that I run is an employee health benefits company that is looking after well-being or helping companies look after employee well-being. And the pitch there is for a workplace. If you're not looking after your employees' well-being, they're not bringing their best selves to work, and it's affecting your productivity and your commercial viability. It's really the same consideration as an investor. As investor shareholders, if we're not looking after founders' well-being, I mean, that is the sort of primary asset in what we're investing in, then we're not going to see them bring their best selves to work. And actually, there's been a pretty high-profile situation where, as an investor in the UK, one of our biggest company, actually our very biggest company, Monzo Bank, the founder's been very public and open about what he went through 2.5, 3 years ago with mental health. And I think it was a failing on our part and the board to not recognize that with him sooner, and to see him get to a point where he had to hold his hand up and say, listen, I'm done. I've hit a wall. And so for me, that was a very expensive but important lesson. Thankfully, he's in a great place now, but it has helped me to be a little bit more attuned to how we have to make sure that we're, everyone talks about startups being a roller coaster and that it's a lifestyle and the entrepreneurs have to want it, but nobody can keep doing it forever in perpetuity. And we have I think, a duty of care to make sure that we're looking after that.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we need even do more, I guess, right? Because in this fast-paced industry, we're always talking about raising, fundraising, et cetera, and all that. And I think we need to stop and have more this conversation about the mental health, because what we don't want is, after the downturn, have very tired founders and all that. So we need to make sure that we focus on that. Melda, we talk a lot about VC investment in terms of fundraising, but there are other sources of funding. I think we need to talk more about that and demystify a little bit, funding is only VC money, because not every startup is VC ready or VC investable. What have you been doing in terms of fundraising strategy, and what you're thinking about next 12 months on that?
So before that, what I have done, because I moved to Dubai and I was talking with a lot of VCs and angels, and we love angels, of course. It wasn't easy to tell this story and to explain before the pre-revenue. So I spent maybe like 5-6 months trying to raise and how it's gonna work. And one night, it was literally 4 a.m., I said, you know what? I'm an engineer and I know how it works. And let me make my own money, and then I can start investing. This is how D14 AI became bootstrapped business. So I started, the delivering the projects as a service and then the product. It became like an amazing story, but it was so painful. No friends, not going out. It's just a lot of things. My close ones, they hate me because I was canceling my plans at last minute because I had to. What I wish that I would do differently, of course, having a business with a revenue, that's the great. But there are some grants that other founders, they use. They have angel investors, some debt and loan. I don't know if it's, how the experience is. I've never done it. But the way that I learned, firstly, proving the success in any way. Just, in my experience, just putting the cash, make it work, make it bigger. And after that, talking with the angel investors, VCs, or there are amazing programs like Y Combinator, Techstars. That kind of programs might be an option.
All right, so that's a good perspective. I think another topic that we need to talk more in the industry is the diversity, right? Even more, it's not only diversity, but equity in the ecosystem, right? And then when we think about the next 12 months, we need to think about how can we support these emerging managers coming into the industry, Vera, like your case, right? We need to think about how can we fund, underrepresented and underserved founders as well to have more diversity in the industry. Eileen, where do you see this diversity conversation right now?
Yeah, I think it's a great topic to bring up because in the context of what we're talking about and in a difficult market, guess who's going to feel it the most, right? And guess which managers are going to have the most difficult time getting LPs to re-up, and guess which founders are going to have the most difficult time raising. So I think we're going to see a problem. I really do. I think it's a big challenge. I think the sector has made really great strides in the last, I guess, 5-6 years. And I think we're going to see a bit of unwinding. Hopefully it's not one step forward, 2 steps back, but I think we might see a half step, quarter step back before we get to make progress again. And I think, like what you just did, just making sure it's top of mind, that we don't let LPs forget, we don't let GPs forget, and we don't let founders forget that actually greater diversity of thought, greater diversity of pathway, of origin, of ethnicity, gender, backgrounds, creates better products, services, and returns.
Amazing, amazing. So final message, right, for the next 12 months. If we have to think about one thing that founders need to do better in the next 12 months, what that be? Melda, one thing.
I think just be yourself. So find the right investor and find the right person. Just be yourself.
Vera?
I would say run tighter fundraising processes. Fundraising is going to take much longer than we're thinking about. So use those 18 months in advance, prepare for this, run tight processes, have your data together, and most importantly, build your network.
I would say unless you've spent the last 3 years at DeepMind and have deep data science and an AI background, don't fundraise.
Yeah, and my message will be founders, be ready, take care of yourself, and that's what really matters. Thank you very much, everyone.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's no secret that the future of European mobility is marked by a significant shift toward electric vehicles. The concept of mobility as a service, or MaaS, is gaining traction, offering integrated, on-demand transportation options to create a seamless and efficient travel experience. And, of course, autonomous vehicles, along with advanced traffic management systems, contribute to safer and more streamlined traffic flow, play a pivotal role in the shaping of future mobility in Europe. To discuss the business models, technologies, and trends shaping the future of European mobility. Please welcome David Noteker, CEO of Sender, Dirk Hoek, CEO of Volocopter, Catherine Jessin, Executive Vice President Digital and Information Management at Airbus SAS, in conversation with Daniel Catalão from RTP.
Hi, hello everyone. Good morning. Let's talk about trucks, helicopters, and another thing, which is not a helicopter, not a drone. What is it? Hello, thank you for coming. So let me start with Dirk Hoek, because he has this innovating air mobility, which is something that looks like a fan with a helicopter. So tell us about the project and how it is.
Well, you're addressing a good point. We're still looking for the perfect name for the product category because we don't like air taxi. So electric air taxi is mostly known. What we have is a multi-copter design, 18 rotors and motors, and fully electric. And at the beginning, one pilot, one passenger, and we will start flying after certification next year in Paris and Rome. So we're getting closer to the new area of mobility in the third dimension.
We have seen images from Paris. Are you making some tests in other parts of the world?
We just come back from New York. We are finishing 6 weeks US roadshow. We have flown in Dallas, Las Vegas, Tampa, and this Monday in New York. So four successful flights. Why are we doing that? Because the perception of the people is mostly because it looks a bit like a helicopter, that it comes also with the restrictions of a helicopter regarding safety and noise level. And as much as I like helicopters, it is in many areas we changed the narrative. It's very quiet. If we would have a Volocity landing there, we could continue to discuss like we do. We don't have to raise our voice. It's totally safe. It's the similar safety level like an Airbus or Boeing aircraft. So we can operate 1 billion operating hours without safety critical failure. And it's sustainable. It's fully electric, no emission.
So the noise is what, like the normal drones that we...
To be honest, these toy drones were the idea that the founders used to create the first prototype. And they were flying in 2011 on a yoga ball. They constructed them themselves. It was the first ever eVTOL flight of human mankind in 2011. And it went viral on YouTube. So if you ever Google Volocopter, you will find a video of one of the founders flying on a yoga ball, which was the first ever eVTOL flight.
Okay, so now let's move to Airbus. We don't have to introduce Airbus, of course, but there is this new fourth revolution now. It's a big challenge for the aviation industry. And Airbus has the ambition to reach net zero emission by 2050. Yes. Is it possible?
We definitely think that it is possible. And we are tackling the issue from many angles. One of the angles is obviously the aircraft itself, and we are working on the engines, so looking at new concepts like open fan. We are working on the wings that will likely be foldable in the future. We are working, of course, also on hybridization, so combination of sustainable aviation fuel or traditional fuel with electricity, and we are working obviously on hydrogen. But the aircraft itself is only one part of the solution. We think that roughly 50% of the effort will be achieved through the aircraft itself, but then sustainable aviation fuel will play an absolutely critical role, and we think that they will play more 30%, 40% of the effort, and then the last part will be optimization of the operations, like continuous climate climbing and descent, like live optimization of routes, taking into account weather conditions and so on and so forth. So that's three angles that
Okay, nowadays we have the jet fuel, but for the future, do you think that there will be some different fuels, hydrogen, electrification with cells? What do you think is the future, or when it will win?
No, there will not be only one, because hydrogen is definitely the target that we have for the short haul, so all the domestic traffic and regional traffic. But for the long haul, so as soon as you have to go to Asia or to go to the US, we think that sustainable aviation fuel will be the solution. So it will be more. So it will be a combination of the two that will basically help us and make us successful in reaching the net zero by 2050.
Okay, and now let's talk about trucks with David Nuttaker, but I don't know if you saw the name. We had a joke on the backstage because coming to a summit about technology, his name is not Hacker. Okay, not Hacker. His name. Yeah. David, sorry for joking about your name, but look, trucks are, I think, the most challenging part of electrification. Cars are there, but trucks consume a lot of energy. So is electrification real coming to trucks?
That's correct. But coming after flying taxis and airplanes is not easy, I have to admit. But when I was a child, you know, next to airplanes and rockets, trucks were the thing that, you know, I was very interested in. I have to admit that it took some time again to understand how interesting this industry actually can be. It's highly fragmented and therefore highly inefficient. The most transported good in trucking is air. Almost a third of all trucks travel empty on the road because of information asymmetry. So there's on one side a lot of optimization that can happen, and on the other side there are new technologies that you have touched upon that are coming, electrification and also autonomous. And I feel like that some of these technologies are arriving now earlier into our industries. You touch upon electric trucks. They're hitting the roads these days. But if you know that 70% of all trucks are owned by companies with fewer than 10 trucks, and you know that electric trucks cost 2 to 3 times more than diesel truck, you might ask yourself, why would a small trucking company with 2 trucks buy a third truck that costs more than an entire fleet without knowing the residual value, the operating cost, and if anyone pays a premium for this green offering? And this is, I think, let's say, great opportunity for Sender, but also for the industry to really move forward and change the way companies operate and also how business models work.
Yes, because if the trucks are not cheaper, the price of goods will go up also, because transportation costs have to be on the goods that we buy. So
that's
the economy
correct.
has to think about all of this now, isn't it?
Absolutely. But the total cost of ownership at a certain point will be at parity. There will be a lot of factors playing in. Policy, tolls, subsidies will play into it. But there is a clear plan to parity at a certain point. The big truck manufacturer plan to sell a majority of their fleet electric in the next few years. But there are a lot of consequences from this. Today, a new diesel truck is bought by a big fleet owner that sells it to a smaller company that sells it to maybe someone in Eastern Europe and then someone in Africa. With electric truck, also all of this flow completely changes because there's no charging infrastructure in some of the countries that today buy used diesel trucks. And there's also the battery question mark, which makes up 80–90% of the cost in the first place.
And before the electrification, will the autonomous trucks be on the road? I think that's a key point, because the drivers, there is a big security problem, because many drivers get asleep while driving trucks.
This is one problem, and the second big problem is that there's an aging population of truck drivers, and we miss a lot of truck drivers on European roads. 400,000 to be precise. And I think this is a problem that is not fully recognized. If you remember what happened 2 or 3 years ago in the UK, where the big headline was no fuel in fuel station and no milk in supermarket, it was because of the lack of truck driver. And if I look at the average age of truck drivers in Europe, and I look at the demand increase, there's a question of, when is it going to happen that we break again? It's going to happen in the next 10 years. And I think when that happens, policymakers will suddenly realize, oh, wait a moment, I can put autonomous trucks on the highway, maybe on a separate lane, and then have the traditional truck drivers shuttle the trailer from the highway to the warehouse and back, protecting that category, improving the working condition of truck drivers while using technology on the long distance. And again, the technology is already there. If you go to mines, if you go to ports, you already see autonomous trucks operating there.
Okay. So, Catherine, everything is changing, and people are so used to the present that when they look to an airplane or a helicopter that flies on batteries, they always think, well, they ran out of batteries, and now what? So what is Airbus doing to increase flight safety and airline efficiency?
Okay. So the safety is absolutely at the core, and we were discussing with Dirk just before, is absolutely at the core of everything we do. You cannot imagine flying and compromise on safety. This cannot happen. So safety is definitely at the core. We were talking about artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence will come as an assisting pilot or as an assistant to the pilot to help them to manage the workload that they have in the cockpit, to help them to anticipate the events that are happening around and that were not planned when they were starting the journey. So that's something that we are working on to really support the pilot and increase the safety. And in the past, if you look at the track record of innovation in aviation, all the innovation has always improved the safety. We were talking about the fourth revolution. The first revolution was to fly. The second revolution was to fly safely. And the third one was fly for all. And the fourth one is now for flying sustainably. But safety has been at the core of everything we do in aviation industry since decades now. And it's paramount. People do not accept anymore accidents and so on.
And about the accidents, you have autopilots on planes, but there is always a pilot.
There is always a pilot.
So what do we envision, and I will ask you that also, what do you envision? The machine, I will enter as a passenger and it will go all alone, or there will always be a pilot?
No, we don't see that in a foreseeable future for many reasons. One is the regulation that is not there. Then aviation is a highly regulated industry, so all the aircraft that we are putting on the market are certified. So there is a lot of work to be done with EASA in Europe, FAA in the US, and other countries to certify the artificial intelligence in the cockpit. So in a foreseeable future, we do not see no pilots in the cockpit.
And what's the idea for Volocopter? By the way, Volocopter is a very nice name.
I hope you like it, yeah. Now, maybe regarding safety level of batteries, because it's a super critical question. First of all, we have 9 battery packs. They're fully redundant. We have a very intelligent battery management system. If a battery would fail, the other batteries just take over immediately. On the battery pack itself, it's much more safe than in a car because we have to fly with it. So we have to do a drop test out of 50 feet. We have to do thermal propagation, thermal runway test. We just concluded 6 successful tests that allow us now to do manned flight, where we have to demonstrate that if one cell fails, the others will not fail also and lead to an explosion. So the testing before we can fly manned passengers is really, really high. So all the systems are super redundant. Flying in the city, you have everywhere safety emergency landing points. So not only that we have safety buffers on the storage of the battery, but we also have safety emergency landing points where we can land if there would be any safety critical issue. But with all the redundancy, we will always be able to land safely.
And what kind of business model are you trying to achieve? To sell the volocopter as the helicopters, or to have it just for taxi services?
We've created an airline. So at the beginning in Paris and Rome, we will do the operation ourselves with our partners. In Paris, it's Aéroport de Paris, and in Rome, it's Aeroporto di Roma. In the midterm, we will work with companies like Bristow and airlines. We will train them, we will work them, and then we will sell the vehicle so that they can operate and maintain the vehicle. So this is happening over the next phase, but especially in the beginning, we need to ensure that there's no incident so that people gain the trust, and then we hand over to operators that can do the scaling much better than us.
For the both, are there more calls, many calls from companies or persons who say, when electric vehicles are coming up, what's the next we want to buy? Is there a push for it from the market?
Yeah, there is definitely a push from the market and from the airlines for more sustainable aircraft. So we have a lot of discussion with our customers on the entry into service. So for example, the hydrogen-powered aircraft, our plans is to have it entering into service in 2035, and we have a lot of discussion with our customers. Certification of the aircraft with 100% sustainable aviation fuel is foreseen in the next few years, and also a lot of question from the airlines to see, okay, when is it coming and when we can get the benefits of this more sustainable products.
Okay, and when is it coming to the market?
Next year.
Next year?
Okay. No, seriously.
Yeah, all right.
This is also when we talk to people on the street. A lot of people think this is happening in 2030. And then they have a picture in their head, this is more like the Fifth Element. Black skies, flying everywhere. And this is not happening like this. It will be a slow scaling towards the end of the decade, where we will see more and more cities applying these kind of vehicles. Next decade, we will be seeing a strong scaling, because we will move towards higher automation and autonomy. Taking the pilot out of the question increases, of course, improves the business model. And with that, we will see a very fast scaling in the next decade.
Okay. And then last question for David, because empty tracks cost a lot. So how Sender's technology is making freight transport more efficient, ensuring that the trucks don't run empty?
Absolutely. Maybe before I get there, bringing the discussion again on the ground, what is interesting and where also our business model plays into is how business models have to evolve in light of this new technology. Just producing an asset at a competitive price with the quality levels will not be sufficient to succeed in the future. And therefore, I think a lot of players, at least in trucking, but following what you just said, also in your space, have to evolve. The value add has to be bigger than the one that has been provided until now. So we do develop technology to optimize asset utilization, whether it's a combination of electric truck and diesel truck to optimize that, or the asset utilization in general. The combination of an autonomous truck on the long distance and a traditional then electric truck on the last mile picking up the schedule. That's the one side we do in terms of optimization, and the other side that is super important is getting access to the volumes from our shippers. Because only when we have these volumes we can truly optimize, and this is where our technology is going into.
Okay, David, Dirk, Catherine, thank you very much for coming to Web Summit, talking us about the future. There is this year or next year.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Great. So that's it for today's morning sessions, but stay where you are. We'll be back after lunch at 1:45 p.m. with more amazing talks. Good lunch, and I'll see you then, guys. Até daqui a pouco.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself. We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative force.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative force.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it because it can be done.
biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are.
Please welcome to the stage multimedia host and producer, Bridget Trong.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's it going? My name is Bridget Trong, and I am one of the co-hosts of Collision, Web Summit's North America conference that takes place in Toronto, Canada, every year. It's a thrill to be with you this week. Now, this past June, we welcomed over 36,000 attendees to Toronto, and we're going to do it all over again in June of 2024. I just flew in from Toronto, so bear with me. There's still a bit of jet lag. But in Toronto, we have a huge Portuguese-speaking community, and we're blessed to have access to some great pastel de nata. So I feel pretty prepared. I feel like I fit right in right now, and I'm so excited to experience the biggest tech conference in the world right here in Lisbon, Portugal, over the next 2 days with all of you. Now, this afternoon, we have a full stage of speakers from Notion Capital, Bijou's, Pendo, and Hollywood stars Morena Baccarin and Sarah Wayne Callie. Plus, the pitch semifinals. So let's kick things off with a panel on marketing in 2024. For brands to regain the connection they successfully forged with consumers during the distressing days of the pandemic, they need to read the room and relate to consumers' struggles and concerns. They must speak to the current state of the world at any given moment. Creative effectiveness demands multiple factors, from strong brand messaging to evoking the right emotional responses and capturing the attention of consumers. But each of these relies on grasping the sentiment of the culture while simultaneously remaining true to their brand. To find out where the marketing industry is heading in 2024, please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Colin Daniels from Adweek, internet entrepreneur Jacob Pace, Annabelle Baker, who is the director at Lush, and Mary Carmen Gasco-Boyson, CMO at Pandora.
Wow. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to our Eras tour. Alrighty, guys. So we're talking 2024 marketing. A lot of stuff is happening. A lot's going on. I want to first start out with one main thing that we've been seeing a lot of, which is personalization and really making stuff custom to the consumer, whoever's shopping on their website or wherever they're looking for their product. So can each of you talk about what are some personalization trends that you all are seeing and using in your own companies?
Yes, I'll start. At Pandora, personalization is super crucial to our strategy, and it makes sense because we're a brand about self-expression and about expressing what you love. So what's more personal than that? And so we've made it a big priority. As an example, we have gone from almost zero of our journeys, customer journeys being personalized, to 10% already in our first market, and we are just accelerating this globally. It's really, we see that customers react positively because they get to what they want faster.
I love that.
Amazing. Yeah, so at Lush, the main thing for us with personalization is community. So we do personalize, whether in-store and online, but the community angle for us is always at the heart of everything we do at Lush. So we actually engage with our community, both Reddit and Discord, most recently, and have created a Lush X community range, which is dropping next week on Tuesday. So any major Super Milk fans, and Colin and I were just talking about this, if you love the fragrance, you saw it go viral, that is dropping on Tuesday. So I think it's about giving the power back into your heart of your customers and really getting the thing that they want out there as well.
Yeah, I think when I think about personalization, I think about community a lot because I think that as the internet continues to grow, I think algorithms are going to get more personalized to kind of what people want to see. And I think as it grows more and more, I'm just starting to notice more communities around different things, right? Whether it's music or beauty. And I think even within those communities, there's more communities of subgenres. And I think, yeah, just for anyone that's looking to create content on the internet or tap into communities and personalization, I definitely think just hashtag searching and just being curious about the internet's a good place to start.
Yeah, I feel like what we're seeing across a lot of, whether it's you're shopping for jewelry or soaps or anything, I feel like brands are really leaning into that personalization where every time you're going on the site, you're not having to dig through things where it's I don't really wear that. It's really toning in on this is actually stuff that I would actually want to get. But speaking of community, kind of like what you talked about, Annabelle, social, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. What are some ways that you guys are really seeing us push social and really lean into the campaigns and all of that type of stuff?
Social is critical, as everybody knows. For us, it's a wonderful tool for our community. We also have a big community of fans who love to express themselves through our charms and our jewelry. So it's a community place where they talk and share their styles and their stories, their personal stories. But it's also a place where we actually exchange with our customers. So we hear customers saying, "Hey, I'm looking for a gift for this person or that. Can you help me find it?" We also have a two-way dialogue, which today is absolutely critical for brands to stay relevant and in touch with customers. So it's critical. It's as important as the more broad reach tools like TV.
Yeah, obviously, for anyone that knows Lush probably knows we might have a slightly different approach, but only in the fact that in 2019 we came off the Meta and TikTok platforms in the UK, and then globally we moved on Black Friday 2021. So our approach is a little bit different, but I think that's because Lush as a brand was set up by a community of founders, and it's really been thrived, and the business has thrived in that way. And then like social was, I think for all of us, it was like the heart of all of those things with community, is you could talk to people, you organically could reach people much faster, much quicker. And then I think social switched from being social to media, and that format made it much harder to reach community. So for anyone actually out there, like, you know that how many people you're actually reaching with every single post dwindles, and the pay-to-play model kind of became much bigger in terms of how it works. And then I think for us on social, obviously the move that came out from Cambridge Analytica scandal, and then Frances Haugen's report to the Senate on the impact of particularly Instagram on young females, where they're 14.5% more likely to commit suicide having been used on that platform. That was quite difficult for us to continue being in that space. But I do understand that people are there. People love talking about the brands in those spaces. We just would really like to see a change in how the social platforms move forward, and really being able to look after the community, because to be honest, if it doesn't have a purpose for us, and I don't know how many people sat in this room have taken a detox out of social. Anyone take? Yeah. There's some hands in there, because we know that there is an impact on our lives that actually inherently isn't a great thing. But we also know that it can be great. It's a great way to connect with people. It's a great way to connect with family if you've lived abroad, or and so forth. So I think I have strong hopes for the future that social will change into the space that we wanted it in the beginning, which was for us, run by the community, for the community. And I think that's the place that we want it to be moving forward. And hopefully anybody from Meta here, you'll pay attention.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone, as MC and Annabelle said, I mean, I think everyone's going to have a different preference with, how they want to experience social and how brands want to engage with social. And, some people might prefer like a Reddit or a Snapchat where maybe the dialogue is more private. But then, like even my friend the other day described like short form media as like an epidemic, and he's like, dude, it's like a virus. Like, it's everywhere. And I always use this example, but it's like my mom sends me Instagram Reels, my dad sends me YouTube Shorts, and my sister's sending me TikToks. And it's like I can't escape it. But I think that just something I've been thinking about and kind of talking about with a lot of the other speakers this week is just kind of the connection between short form media and long form, and sort of this idea that long form is definitely one of the best ways to kind of engage, I think, with people, because if you can get an hour of someone's attention every week, I mean, that's golden right there. And then you have dozens and dozens of short form clips that you can then distribute and kind of keep people's attention. And I've even heard Facebook Reels is a place where people are starting to pay attention. So yeah, I think everyone's going to have a different preference on how they want to communicate, obviously, but just so many different tools out there and stuff you can experiment with.
And Jacob, I feel like you brought up a good point too about like Reels and YouTube Shorts. Do you all feel like you can't just like splice up a video and just put it across like Reels, TikTok, but have to really kind of fine-tune different types of content for each platform for the community that's on those platforms? Yeah,
it's a good question. Yeah. I mean, I think that some people even say this too. It's like what's on Instagram Reels, and people say, oh, it's a lot of content from TikTok, right? It's a lot of people just copying and pasting, which I think is totally fine. But I think another thing we're probably going to start seeing soon, and Instagram Reels just rolled out a A/B testing feature. So you can actually start to A/B test content, and what it'll do is it'll distribute it to 10,000 people at a time, or whatever the number is. And then based on the engagement of those two videos, it'll go with the one that's more popular. So I think it would be cool to see more platforms starting to do that, because I think especially as marketers, it's better to make data-driven decisions. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I do see a lot of the same content on YouTube Shorts as TikTok as Reels.
We were talking, weren't we, like last week, that MC, like about how the big challenge for brands now is that it's not just one form of content you're putting out. You've got to disseminate lots of different types of content on all the platforms, because it's not like 2 or 3 streams anymore. You're talking about hundreds of streams, and then how to kind of connect with the community. And then on top of that, if you are a global brand, you then have to add culture and language into the mix, and that produces another well, not a great challenge, but a challenge nonetheless in terms of how to get that kind of content relevant for the audience.
Yeah, and back to personalization too. I mean, Mr. Beast is the example everyone uses, where he has like a Spanish channel and a French channel, and now with AI and all that, I mean, there's just a lot quicker ways to start doing the voiceovers.
And what are some ways, like speaking of like language and engaging, what are some ways that each of your guys' platforms and things are really thinking of like fine-tuning that copy and that language to really, like we said earlier, like personalize the things for that experience?
Yeah, I mean, so cutting longer formats and putting them across is kind of the easy thing to do, and sometimes you do that because the volume that you have to manage, and because sometimes you think it works, but in reality, it's about also focusing. If you really want to address a certain audience, maybe you put specialty. So there's teams are specialists, for example, on TikTok, and the audience has a different context and is looking for a different engagement versus, say, an audience on Instagram. And so we do have to build this capability constantly in our teams, in our partner agencies. And so we do that. In terms of the level of engagement, I think it also has to do with cultural currency. So that's a lot of the engagement that we see comes from that. So, for example, at Pandora, because we're about self-expression and identity as a brand, we get a lot of customers who do wonderful ideas for us, and we actually just amplify what they're doing. So sometimes there is a certain movie that is going hot, and then people find our Disney character, and they go with it, and then we as a brand just support it and amplify what they do. So being in touch with that, what the customer is doing online, I think is really the first step, and then having the right experts in-house and in agency to be able to do that effectively.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the other format, you'd be surprised still how much fan mail you can get, like actual just written mail in the post. We get a lot of, particularly actually young children submitting ideas for bath bombs. And there's actually one called, we actually have brought out a couple of them. So that, I think then from an engagement point of view, it's quite fun. Like Sex Bomb was created by a customer. Toby's Magic Cow was created by a young 9-year-old customer called Toby. And so I think that the fun, you can bring fun elements across that in the business and enhance that whichever way you're getting it. But I think the point being is that it's much broader, and then like just how to kind of get that in the limit. But like surprisingly increased amount of fan mail at the moment, which is unusual.
This is really interesting. I mean, I've been thinking a ton about the whole kind of brand-fan connection, but even, I think for anyone that has an audience, even if it's like 5,000 followers or 10,000 followers or 1,000 followers, I mean, there's someone that's going to be a fan of you, right? And it's going to be a different level for Pandora, a different level for Lush. But yeah, I work with a lot of content creators, and it's interesting. But like sometimes I'll even do my own research of like talking to the fans that post the clips from their favorite creators, and I'm like, why do you post these clips? And some of them are just fans, and some of them are actually, from what I understand, getting paid by the creators to post content from the creators' content, right? So they'll pay them like $100 per million views that they get on their content. And it just starts to have you really think a lot, whether you're a creator or a brand. It's like, if you could get your audience of 100,000 followers or whatever it is and organize them by the most to least influential based on audience. I mean, that's one metric, of course, but yeah, it does really have you thinking like how powerful your fans are when you incentivize them to tell really good stories or even just cut up your content. So I think fans are super powerful. And it's like I don't have that many followers on social media. I'm about to hit 10K, and even for me, I'm thinking like, where are my super fans? How do I get them to make content of me?
I think we've even had a fan on Lush. There's a sub-brand we've got called Snow Fairy, where they've actually had Snow Fairy tattooed on them. And that's the level of fandom, which does surprise me. I mean, it's amazing. If you're out here, like, it's fabulous. But it does surprise me that we have that level of fans. It's amazing. They're great.
Because I feel like the root is that we're all talking about is community and that engagement, because a lot of people, they want to express like how much Lush or how much Pandora means to them and stuff. And so if businesses aren't really interacting with it and just talking at people, you're losing out on opportunities, like how you said, like how a lot of the bath bombs were named after, and named with a lot of the consumers, and like the jewelry and the engagement. Like if you're not tapping into that, you're missing out on a marketing opportunity right there of really bringing in, whether that movie character or really bringing in the consumer to really make them feel part of the company and part of the brand.
For us, it has become a really important way of being in touch with our customers. I mean, it's very often now that something, somebody associates one of our jewelry pieces with something they really love. It could be a band, it could be, again, a movie, it could be, oh, this is the perfect gift for the boyfriends, and now we sell out almost instantly. And this is happening more and more. And it's a lovely thing because you see your brand really delivering on its promise. That is what we're about. And so we obviously welcome it, and we love to amplify those voices because there's more people who would like to follow that as well. So it's not just our voice, it's our mission through the eyes of our fans. It's lovely.
No, yeah, because if I see Jacob Elordi or somebody wearing something, I'm immediately going to that, I'm getting it. And I feel like another thing that we're really seeing is like discovery, because it's so hard to find whether it's a creator for a campaign or find that new favorite ring or that new favorite bath bomb or type of thing. So what are some ways that you all are really leaning into like helping consumers and helping users like find their next favorite creator or find their next favorite product?
Well, so we do the personalized journeys that we were talking about, and we have a whole host of tools and partners that we work with to do that. Pandora has because we are a direct-to-consumer brand, we own most of our transactions, right? We have our own retail stores, we have our own websites. We have a wonderful community of people who have given us permission to engage with them. So we are able to really personalize based on what people are telling us they love by the behavior that we see, what they engage with. So for us, that's a big way in which we can do that. But then also, we do a lot of influencer work. And we work with people who also bring different communities, and they share with us their insights on what resonates. So it's a host of things that we do to stay connected and stay in conversation with the fans.
Yeah, I think for us, like pretty similar, but also for like, we've really used collabs probably in the last 12 to 18 months to kind of really drive. You kind of have to like break through the noise a lot at the moment. Like it's very saturated. It's very difficult to get people's attention. There's thousands of launches and things happening all the time. And so you kind of have to hit it out with, what's the headline? What are you trying to say? And then how do you kind of break through that noise, kind of like through it? And I think partly that comes from like, what is the authentic story here? What's the connection? What's in it for them? Like for us, with our customers, we sell the product that they need. We're not going to sell you stuff you don't need. So that's why we don't do sales, because so many people buy 2 for 1 and they kind of stack their bathrooms. How much stuff have you got in your bathroom that you're not using? Loads. And it will just go into the waste, right? So I think it's really about finding the right product for the customer, both for the retail journey and for the digital journey, and then like breaking through that noise and having clear headlines about what you want your consumers to see. But collaborations have been an amazing opportunity for us to be able to do that, and we have really seen it this year in terms of engagement and reach.
Yeah, I think, similar to kind of what was said earlier, I mean, you kind of need to be pushing on all cylinders a little bit because there's such a variety of tools out there these days, and you never really know kind of what's out there or what you're missing. But even just something that anybody can do is like, yeah, there's always going to be the next tool that's going to claim that they can find, the right influencer for you, the right community for you. But sometimes, all you got to do is just hop on your phone and like, just what do you find relevant? What does your friend find relevant? Even another thing that I've kind of been doing is just like going to Instagram. If there's a creator I like, I see who they follow because they're probably going to follow other people that are kind of on the come up in their community. So I think even just using the internet to just check comment sections and reaching out to clipping channels. There's just a variety of ways to find creators, but sometimes like just the most organic way is sometimes just the most human way to find talent.
And then lastly, you guys brought up a point that made me think of like events and things. Like I feel like we're now seeing smaller gatherings and smaller get-togethers where it used to be like the big influencer trips or the big brand launches. Are you all seeing that we're going to be seeing more of the smaller like dinners for product launch, or do you guys think we're going to continue with the big, like a mix of all of it?
Okay. Yeah, I think you're going to definitely get a mix of both, like in terms of the formats. I think basically what's happening across a lot of the communities is becoming decentralized anyway. That's why you've got like lots of pockets of little micro communities being set up, which I think is great. I also think, again, like if you come back to like getting into kind of like what are you launching, what are you saying, and then like what's that kind of headline that you're trying to build around that for people. So like we've got a big campaign launching next week on Black Friday, which is about the big tech rebellion. Sorry for any friends from Google, Meta, Apple in the audience, but watch out there. But yeah, I think it's really about kind of like, yeah, working out big headline stories, but kind of connecting in different ways with people across the
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I think the thing is that there's no one way, right? There's no real playbook. I think in some, and especially brands that are broad and trying to reach to a very, very wide set of people like we do, you have to do the big things for reach, right? We always have to do that to stay top of mind and all of that. But then there are special communities. For example, we also do a lot of collabs.
Yeah.
And sometimes those are smaller communities of real cultural fluent people, cultural influencers. And then you do have that smaller thing where not only do you help amplify your brand's voice, but you actually hear from them and they help guide you. So those things are important as well. You need both.
Yeah, no, I know we're running on time, but yeah, I definitely think micro communities are going to become a lot bigger, for sure.
I love that. Well, thank you guys for everything, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
That was a nice way to kick off the afternoon. Okay, the focus on profitability in 2023 has forged stronger, leaner companies poised for sustainable growth in 2024. But can startup founders balance ambition and caution while navigating geopolitics, recession fears, and the upcoming street fight that is the US presidential election? What is the startup playbook for 2024, and how can founders better prepare? Let's find out. Please welcome to the stage Ichazo Del Palacio, partner at Notion Capital, Zach Colias, who is the managing partner at Colias Capital, in conversation with Lucinda Shen from Axios.
So we did the unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
We participated in the world's leading accelerators all across the world.
And we're currently the only company doing this.
We're entering the market first, and that's why I believe we can.
Not all startups will succeed.
We're looking at 80 million revenue.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
Well, good afternoon, Ichazo and Zach. How are you both?
Good. Amazing. Great to see you again. Great to see everyone here. It's always fun with a full room like this, so thanks everyone for coming.
Yes, this is fantastic. So I want to start off with something that you wrote, Zach, given that this is a room, I think, of mostly operators and founders. You tweeted, to anyone who might have been annoyed at VCs at some point during the last decade, please accept our humblest apologies. We were drunk on IRR. Can you talk a little more about that?
Yeah, so I'm a washed-up founder, but I washed up on the beach that is being a VC about 9 years ago, and I've never left. The beer is colder. This is a much easier job than being a founder by an order of magnitude. But what's been amazing was the last 10 years, any idiot with a checkbook in my job, myself included, looked like a genius. Like everything went up. I mean, it was unbelievable how easy the job was. And the last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive come down. The bear market is as much of a bear market as the bull market was a bull market, and you look back with a little bit of sort of humility at how dumb we all were to think that we were geniuses, when really we were just enjoying the fact that money was free and everything was going up for a long time there.
So what's the new acronym that everyone's chasing now, right? I think even now I see a lot of, from a journalist perspective, even as we're dealing with a bear market, venture capitalists, and I'm vastly generalizing here, are still often chasing the same deals, and there is still FOMO in the market, but just for pockets of it. Is there like a new acronym that everyone's chasing? Is there a, aside from AI, is there another bubble that is waiting to burst?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think everyone's heard of AI, but yeah, no, it's crazy. It's like the tale of two cities. It's death, starvation, and horrors, and unbelievable wealth in, definitely AI.
Totally. And Natasha, it's interesting because I think you have more of a perspective from Europe. And that market is slightly different from the US. Zach, of course, you invest in Europe as well, but you have more of a US slant. So please tell us a little more from your perspective.
Yep. So I think US and Europe operate pretty similarly in these situations. I feel pretty optimistic, though, in this market. I don't know, maybe we closed a 300 million fund, I think, 4 months ago, and we were oversubscribed. So I do think still there are opportunities in the market, and we are deploying. People ask me, so how are you feeling about deploying this capital? And honestly, I'm feeling better than ever, because I do think that companies that are coming to us have much stronger metrics and product market fit. In Series A, we don't need to be running behind the deals, which was before. We don't need to be rushing. We can be building relationships with the founders, and that's where we play better, in fact. So I think from that point of view, I feel pretty good about it. And I think as far as founders know how to position themselves and when to go to market and when to go to which type of investor, because venture capital is not the only source of capital for founders. And we are looking for extraordinary returns, but there are other sort of investors out there who look for different multiples that are a little bit below the venture capital multiples, and they are amazing for many of those founders. So I would probably say it is about being smart on how do you approach the fundraise.
What other investors are we talking about here? What are the other sources of funding?
So I'm talking about, in early stages, definitely business angels are phenomenal. They are much more nimble, fast, a 3x, a 4x return in a short period of time. It's great for a business angel. So we see deals, and probably, Zach, you are in early stages, and you probably see deals that you say, I would do this as an angel. I'm not doing this from my fund, right? It will give me a good return as an individual, but maybe not for my fund. So that's one of them. It could be family offices. Could be corporates, which are looking for both a strategic outcome and relationship, as well as a financial returns. So all of those are great funding sources for founders. And hey, and you can bootstrap too. You can build a business based on revenue. This is also an option, which is many times forgotten by many founders.
And crazy.
I would add to that. I think today, because of the power of the new AI tools, because of the skills that you can find much cheaper from all over the world, it's possible to basically go a little bit slower, use cheap things, and build a lot of value, capture that value for your company, and to grow organically and be in a position where you don't have to be begging for money and you're in control of your destiny, as opposed to a couple years ago when money was free. Every single competitor for what you were doing would go raise a lot of money, and they would charge into the market, and you had to raise capital too. And as a result, it was just a race to see who could burn faster, and that was really destructive. So I always tell entrepreneurs, it's like when it's really hard to raise money, it feels terrible because you're out there pounding the doors trying to raise capital, but you have to realize your competitors aren't able to raise money either. And at the end of the day, the only thing matters is your relative capital versus your competition. And so as long as you're building something that's valuable and that your customers actually want, in a market like this, it's better to be an entrepreneur. I would personally rather be an entrepreneur in this market than in the crazy frothy markets where money was getting blasted out the door.
Right. Well, this is a story of Airbnb, right, and how they got successful during the 2008, 2007 era. I want to ask you something that I think a lot of founders don't get a lot of insight into, which is LPs. and how they're thinking about it. They're kind of this like hazy, mysterious boardroom of people sitting in colleges talking about whether or not this capital call is worth it. And can you tell us more about what you're hearing? Like, how, you both have raised relatively recently for your funds. And are there certain capital calls that they're now questioning you more on? Are there certain things that are they starting to pull back a little bit on the VC side?
Yeah. So I raised my last fund in 2021. It took 3 weeks. Everybody said yes on the call. I mean, it was the best time ever to raise money. Because at that point in time, literally, it was 50% compounding every year for many years. And so we all really did look like we were geniuses. And the LPs were just racing to get money into venture, and they were racing to have us deploy the capital. And it was an unbelievable time. And what's happened now is the alternatives are growing rapidly, so you can basically invest in bonds and get great returns. You can invest in other places and get great returns. And so the LPs are now saying to me and to every other VC, they're saying, you know, before where I wanted you to deploy the capital quickly and then come back and deploy more of my capital, I want the opposite. I want you to go slower. I want you to be more thoughtful. And at the end of the day, you're going to need to hit a really high bar. You need to return a really big number to be able to raise the next fund if it's still a bear market when that time comes. So be careful, be thoughtful. As opposed to 2-3 years ago, it was be fast, be greedy. And so you're seeing the entire venture ecosystem thinking in that way and being much more slow.
I think definitely they question much more, because if you think our limited partners don't invest only in venture, so they diversify their portfolio, right? The part, so they do real estate, they do public markets, they do different investments. And so the money that they invest in venture capital, they really want to get a significant return. It's a very high risk, but it's a high return for them, right? So that means that anything that we are overpaying, anything that we are deviating for what we said we were going to do, and it's our expertise in our case, we only do business software. So as soon as we deviate a little bit, they're like, hey, what's your experience? What's your thesis behind this? Because you are not an expert on that area, right? And so they really question those things. I think in the past they were a little bit more flexible. Today they really want to make sure that they are risking by putting money into venture capital. They want to get the returns that we are promising to them. And that's much higher return than the real estate, but much risky too. So they are much more checking into that side.
They're doing a lot more of their due diligence.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Are there certain areas that you're hearing LPs now say, what the heck are you doing, right? Like you write a check for a crypto company and they're like, we're not in 2000 anymore. We're not in 2020 anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most fascinating things about our job is, I know this is news to everyone in the room, but the VCs are herd animals. I'm sure everyone has heard that before. But the crowd of investors, they all chase a new thing, and they're always chasing a new thing. And the most important thing to do in this job is to both recognize where the herd is going and then figure out how to go in a different but not crazy and not stupid direction, because that's where all the value generally is. And so when everyone was headed toward crypto, you know, that's probably not a good time to go after crypto. But today, it might be an amazing time to be in crypto. And so as an investor, our job is to think independently and to understand that when our LPs tell us not to do something, that may or may not be what we end up doing. It's our job is to go find alpha, and alpha is about being a risk-taking animal, willing to basically do things that other people think is kind of crazy and kind of stupid and kind of weird. That's where all the money gets made. And so that's the fun part about the job, is you get to balance the listening to the LPs and being independent and free and chasing return.
Okay, so crypto good now in your mind.
Maybe not stupid.
Okay. So the other parts of this, I think both of you are early stage investors, Series A, seed, speaking, and I think I'd like to hear how you're thinking about valuations in this space right now, because as you're talking about, right, like there's new different kinds of capital you can go after. Is the angels, they largely also invest in early stage. And then we're thinking about what a lot of the now mega funds are doing. They're now investing in early stage. What's happening there?
I can go with that if you want. So I'm a Series A investor, and I think in seed and Series A, we can probably see a smaller impact, a lower impact in valuation than what we've seen in later stages. So we need to be very careful about that, in fact. You need to think that if I am paying a very high multiple today, I need to see a very clear path for the company to catch up so that it gives me a good return at a much lower multiple in an exit, right? So the later it goes, the multiple is going to contract. So how do I invest in the companies that really catch up on revenues? So we always look at companies at our stage from the perspective of return. So it's very difficult in early stages to look at multiples, even less in seed rounds, right? But you also always think of how do you see this company is going to grow in the next 2-4 years and be able to give me a return in 7 years, 8 years. That is basically a good return for us, right? A good return for our fund. And ultimately, I think for everyone, ourselves, our fund is 300 million, so we just can't be looking for unicorns anymore. We need to be looking to decacorns if we really need to bring a very strong return. So unless we can envision a company that can really build a decacorn, we just can't invest.
One of the most fascinating things that's happening is all the real slowdown in venture is happening from Series B and later. So because there the multiples got so out of whack relative to the public markets that now you have a lot of companies that are stuck with the last round being very expensive and the public markets being substantially lower. And negotiating a down round is very painful and time consuming and very difficult. So instead, everyone's just kind of waiting. But all those big later stage firms, they're sitting on huge funds. And they've hired a lot of people because they were deploying money as fast as they possibly could. And so now they're like, what the hell are we going to do? And because literally, like some of my friends who are Series B investors have done nothing for the last 2 years. Not a single deal, not a single thing. They're literally like skiing and hanging out. And so what they've done is they've all moved early. And so you see all of these big late stage firms are now coming in writing pre-seed, seed, Series A checks, where before they were doing later. And when you have a multi-billion-dollar fund, writing $1 million check doesn't really matter. So they can keep their young people busy, pretend that they're active while they wait out the market. And so it's a fascinating dynamic right now. It's been very interesting to watch.
Yeah, I wonder what that means for the next generation of venture investors that are like being raised in this era. And then they're being told to write checks, apparently, to stave off boredom, what that means for the returns there. But that's a side thought. The other thing I keep hearing is like in seed and Series A, right? There's these pockets. All these venture investors, they talk about, to me, when I speak to some of these venture investors, I should say, they talk about how there are these really hot deals from founders that are coming out of Plaid, out of Stripe, out of Adyen, out of the top unicorns and decacorns of the past decade, and that is helping drive up valuations in those specific pockets.
Yeah.
If you're not one of those people, right, and you just have a good idea, do you need to have revenue at seed, do you need to have a metric that's gone above and beyond your usual level?
Yeah.
To make sense.
The rule of thumb that I've seen in this market, in the status quo, is if you're not someone who's coming out of a well-known shop, if you haven't been a founder before, if you're new to the game, you need to basically have a set of metrics that's one stage later than you would have raised at the last round. So what we're seeing, what that means is if you have seed stage success, seed stage traction, you're probably going to be raising pre-seed type capital at pre-seed type terms. Same thing for Series A and later and later and later. But largely what I'm seeing over and over and over again is you need to be, if you want to be pretty confident about a successful fundraise process. And you should assume where before it was unusual to see a fundraise process of 6 to 8 weeks, now you could be looking at 6 months or more. Like I've had companies that literally have spent all year fundraising, and it's still not clear if they're going to get it done. Yeah, it's crazy. This is how crazy it was. So I invested over the last 9 years, 80 companies, pre-seed, seed, all early stage. We only had 2 bankruptcies in all those years because there was so much money. Everybody just got refunded and refunded and refunded. It was just like up it went. I've had 4 bankruptcies in the last 6 months. It's just like literally there is just the desert is real. And
the desert is real.
Yeah.
How many do you think you're going to have next year?
Hopefully not many more, but
okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you, not the bankruptcy question, I'm going to ask you the question about what does a founder need if you're not like a Stripe Plaid
So I
alum?
think today if we are looking for efficiency, in any company we are investing in, and regardless of the background of the founders, in Series A, I don't know how much in seed, but to me, it's about investing in companies that have very clear product market fit. And it's not about revenue. And I always use the example of, hey, I can see a company which is at 500,000 in ARR, and they have 10 customers at paying 50,000 each that they came in the last 10 months, and I'm really happy about it. And I see another company which is at 1.2 million in ARR. They have 2 customers. They are completely different from each other. One of them is 1 million, and the other one is 200, and the nature of the customers is completely different from each other. Revenue is more than double, but the first one gives me much more confidence on that product market fit. So I want to see that if you show me your pipeline, you are confident that 80% of the people in that pipeline are going to convert. And then is when I see you understand what is having a product market fit and understanding your customers. So I'm investing in your company for you to target that pipeline, but to be able to convert 80% of the targets that you are going into. And if that's not the case, then probably you should continue to iterate and to define a much more narrow ideal customer profile, so that when you shoot the bullet, it really hits the target, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep, you need a much clearer business plan effectively at this point.
Correct.
Absolutely final question for you, Zach. You are an investor in Clubhouse on your website, which through the news, if anyone does a search, is not doing too hot. Can you tell us a little bit about how you ended up in there?
Yeah, so the great news is I'm actually not an investor in the Clubhouse that's not doing so hot. I'm an investor in Clubhouse software, which built, by the way, if you use Jira and you hate Jira, which I know a lot of people in the room do, what you really need to be using is a company called Shortcut. Used to be called Clubhouse Software. And so when the Clubhouse became very hot, when it started, it turned out that they wanted our name, and so a deal got made, and we ended up having to change our name to Shortcut. So if you need great software for project management and bug reporting, you need to use Shortcut. As far as Clubhouse goes, I don't know. I was a happy user. It was a great tool to use for a while there. But
during COVID.
Yeah, during COVID it was amazing.
All right, so we're out of time. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, communication, collaboration, and relationship management can pose difficulties for those transitioning into leadership roles, and even more so as technical leader. Now, technical leadership plays a crucial role in bridging the worlds of engineering and business. The ability to solve complex engineering problems while also understanding the broader impact of their decisions on their team's success and overall business outcomes is a very unique skill set. Communicating technical concepts to various stakeholders, from fellow engineers to senior management, is, as you can imagine, a very subtle art form. But to learn more about what it takes to become a technical leader for a huge brand, please welcome, in conversation with NPR's Bobby Allen, Christine Spang, who is the co-founder and CTO at Nihilus, Simon Wistow, co-founder of Fastly, and Emil Ephraim, CEO of Neo4j.
A lot of people. All right, well, why don't we kick things off by just introducing yourselves and saying a little bit about your company.
Hey, everybody. My name is Christine Spang. I'm the founder and CTO of a company called Nihilus. We're a developer platform that makes it really easy to connect email, contacts, and calendar to other applications to automate workflows, to drive insights. If you have any of these kinds of problems, check us out. We can help.
I'm Simon Wistow. I am the co-founder of Fastly, which is an edge computing network. We have customers like Reddit, New York Times, SpaceX, and a whole bunch more.
I'm Emil Ephraim, CEO and co-founder of Neo4j, which is a graph database company used by every single one of the 20 biggest banks in North America, as an example, 75% of the Fortune 100. Gave a talk earlier today about reducing hallucination in generative AI using knowledge graphs. So that's one of the very popular, more emerging use cases for graph databases.
So we're here to talk about technical leadership. When you're building a developer-centric company, let's just kind of like unpack that term a little bit. What does technical leadership mean to each of you?
You want to kick things off, Sam? You seem like you have something burning to say.
I feel like it's going to be, we're all three very different kind of sizes of companies. So I think there's an interesting kind of difference between what we're talking about. I mean, for us, right at the start, you've got to get the platform built. By the time you're up to sort of our size, 1,200 people, like hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, it's more about setting the vision and the direction of the company than it is like sort of the deep down operational, the really nitty gritty operational parts of it. But I think it's probably going to be different for both of you.
Yeah, I mean, personally for me, I think I have a pretty typical path for a company of my size. We're a growth stage startup. I started out as essentially like the engineer building the back end, and have had to kind of grow with the company. The things that I think that have been the most difficult and interesting to learn is that as the company gets bigger, obviously your job becomes less and less about writing the code, being in the trenches, actually sort of creating the product. And it becomes more about, there's different flavors of technical leadership, but at this stage, it's a lot about communication and translating. I guess one thing that I've really learned is that, the thing that makes us successful as sort of engineers in these trenches is being incredibly detail-oriented and all about sort of getting every little thing right so that the system works. And once you kind of progress to kind of growing a team and building the business itself, the job becomes more about interfacing with all the other departments in the company, being able to take all that really complex technical speak and use it to get things done with people who really are not like you in a lot of sort of core fundamental ways. And I think that's one of the things that's most difficult in terms of skill sets to build up, because it's not really what made us successful in the trenches and sort of not what got us to where we were in the first place.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think, like Simon said, we're 3 stages of startups here. And as I reflect on my journey and our journey, we're 800 people right now, 250 to 300 person engineering organization, something like that. A lot of it comes down to kind of level of scope and abstraction. Like initially, exactly to your point, Christine, it's like your job is to build the product. And it might be 1 or 2 or 3 of you, and that's the scope of how you're thinking about it, right? As the organization grows in size, then you might have team responsibility, and then the job is to get the team to operate on that. The atom is the team, and your job is to get that team to operate, which, to your point, is a very different skill set from being able to build amazing lines of code at the end of the day, right? And then you grow over, and you become the SVP engineering, VP engineering, something like this. And then it's like, right, how do I structure the engineering organization, the machine, to generate as much output as possible? And then over time, in my case, it's like, right, how do you organize the company, right? Like how do you get sales and marketing and developer relations and engineering and PM to function together? And so it really is that level, different levels of scope and abstraction of technical leadership as the company grows as a function of the size of the company.
Mm-hmm. So it wouldn't be a Web Summit 2023 panel if I didn't ask about AI and how AI is changing your companies. Sorry, but I have to do it. But just from a technical leadership perspective, I mean, I have so many questions. I mean, one, are there entire sets of jobs that are now made redundant? How are you hiring differently? And I'm also wondering, if you all were starting your companies today with the AI innovations that we now have, how would you sort of structure them differently? I know it's a 3-pronged question, but if you all would just kind of riff on it.
Yeah, I mean, for us, so we're a sort of Series C growth stage startup. Our engineering teams, it's only about 50 people, so smaller than Simon or Emil's teams. But when it comes to kind of AI, it is something that across my entire company, the whole company is about 130 people, and we're thinking really deeply about how this impacts who we hire, how we're structuring the work, how things sort of pass between different teams. And I think a lot of startup founders that I talk to are like pretty optimistic that the new tools that are coming about allow people to get more done without having to have so many boundaries between different types of teams, because you can essentially have more end-to-end ownership, because a generalist can almost outsource like the expertise of sort of specific things to an intelligent system that happens to know the entire internet. So for us, what changes today is we've been really encouraging all of our teams to become experts in all the tools out there. And when we're hiring, we look for folks who can creatively make use of whatever, ChatGPT, Copilot. For us, it's considered a positive. And we really believe that sort of driving efficiency also really empowers the people that we have on our teams, because it's more fun to actually like see end-to-end the output of your work rather than sort of like create widget X and then you pass it to whatever team, or if you're on marketing, having to sort of outsource different pieces, being able to create a graphic for a newsletter by yourself. That's something that's really empowering. So we really believe that sort of these AI native people are going to succeed, and the companies that encourage the most adoption are going to be the ones that essentially become the leaders over the next few years.
I think you asked the question in 3 parts, and I think there's 3 parts of the answer. So you gave it. I'm going to give it back.
Convoluted, sorry.
I think there's one thing, which is we didn't lose programmers when we stopped putting operating systems in by toggling the front, the switches on the front of a case, or punching holes in a card and putting through a feed reader, a card reader. So I think making things easier is going to open up the market. I don't think it's going to take jobs away. Internally, I think we have kind of a different experience from you. Part of our job is, we already use AI internally. We use it for our internal networking routing. We use it inside our image optimization, do smart cropping. We do a whole bunch of stuff with AI. And our jobs are kind of, as leaders at that point, is to evaluate these new technologies coming in and decide, is it worth the hype? Is it worth looking into, or is it just a fad? Is it just whatever's at the top of Hacking News this week, which is very rarely a good thing. And then the third thing we've got as a public company, when we do quarterly earnings calls or end of years calls or analyst calls, they're going to be asking these same things. They're going to be asking about AI. They're going to be asking about crypto. And we then have to come up with a really coherent answer, which explains where we are in it. Whether or not it's relevant or not, some stuff you get asked a question, it's not actually relevant. Sometimes it is, and you have to come up with a good answer. So we end up coming at it from a very different point of view.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're bigger, you also, you have to have a more measured take towards these things, because, the bigger you are, the more you have to lose. So yeah, it makes sense.
I think for all of us here, the 3 of us, everyone here in this crowd, there's exactly 3 buckets where AI can place a role. Right? The first one is internal productivity. This is all your developers using GitHub Copilot. This is marketing using it for copy. This is your CEO using it to draft emails, whatever it might be, right? That's internal efficiency. We just had a panel just now about VCs and the investor climate, efficient growth. Really, really relevant, I think, for all of us. I think the second bucket is using generative AI to back features of your application. So if you're a software company, you're building a product, okay, either the entire product or features in that product is backed by AI. That's the second bucket. I think that's applicable to everyone. I think the third one is applicable to maybe some, maybe not others, which is how can your technology be a building block when people build AI applications? This one happens to be applicable for us because knowledge graphs is such an amazing fit with LLMs, right? That, between those 3 buckets, I personally spend most of my time on the third one, because there's already other people in the company who can help drive 1 and 2.
This is kind of the nitty-gritty of hiring engineers question I have. Say there's a really seasoned, capable senior software engineer at a FANG company, and you're trying to hire this person, and you really want to sort of convey the culture of your company to this person and make the case that they should move over. How would you make that pitch?
I can go first with that one if you want. I could start.
And keeping it thematic, right? Like specifically when it comes to being a company that really sort of like embraces being a technical leader and trying to say this is going to really sort of like expedite and really sort of like strengthen your technical skills, right? Being in a shop like that.
So this is a problem we actually have like on a daily basis, and we regularly talk about it because we run such a significant proportion of all web traffic. We are dealing with huge quantity traffic. We need FANG level engineers. And so we need some reason, but Google gives you 5 meals a day and hot and cold running massages and like they'll do your dry cleaning for you and things like that. Massive bonuses and signing bonuses and things like that. Their comp package are insane. And we can't compete with that. We are not Google level. So we need some other reason for them to come and work with us. And I think there's two things. One is from a professional point of view, they can be a big fish in a smaller pond. Like 1,200 is a big company for a startup, but it's a small company compared to a big multinational. So they get to have an outsized effect on that. They get to work on really cool research projects which have really direct effects. Like the people working for us on sort of experimenting with WASM and WebAssembly and TCP congestion and things like that and kernel level optimizations. The other way we do it is we can say we have to present a company that is a company that people feel proud of that they come and work for us. And so that's where our D&I strategy comes in. It's where our social outreach. We give an enormous amount of services away to huge open source projects, everything from Kubernetes and MIT Scratch to other, sort of other projects, Ruby Gems and stuff like that. And so we want a place that people feel like, oh, I want to go work there because I feel proud to work there, that they represent my values, and that this is a place that feel like thrive. And that's not so. It's directly related to our technical strategy, but it means you have to think a little broader than just, oh, you get to work on whatever latest cool technology it is.
For us, it's lots of details, but it really comes down to 2 words. The first one is impact. The other one is culture. Right? Impact. Thanks to Neo4j, humanity is going to get to Mars 2 years earlier. There's 20 independent projects using Neo4j to find the cure for cancer. Right? We were instrumental in the Panama Papers, which is shedding light on investigative journalism, helping save democracy is how we humbly summarize it. Impact. That's the first one. The second one is culture. We're a very relationship-centric company where we try to be very collaborative, very inclusive, very combining empathy with accountability, and use that as honestly as a competitive differentiator when we hire. Impact and culture, those are the 2 things.
Yeah. The number one thing that employees say that they love about working at Nihilus is the autonomy. So we're a small company, 130 people. The amount of control that you have over your working day, how you get stuff done, who you're working with, is unparalleled at a company like that compared to going and working for one of the big tech companies. We actually make sure up front that people are looking for that experience, because for folks that are looking to go somewhere that's super structured, that sort of provides them with a lot of scaffolding, it's really not the right environment for them to go to a growth stage startup where we're still kind of building out all of the infrastructure. But it is a unique opportunity where someone can go and work on sort of a internet plumbing level of infrastructure. We power 1,000+ applications, and we're mission critical infrastructure for all those apps. We process a lot of data going through our systems, and it needs to happen in near real time and be up all of the time, which are really interesting, deep distributed system problems that it's really unique to be able to work on that kind of thing in a smaller company and essentially kind of build the foundation for the future. So we really just look for people that are really excited about that kind of opportunity and want to use Nihilus as a shiny thing on their resume. My co-founder, who's our CEO, likes to say, my job is to make you as rich and as famous as you want to be. And that's really what I feel like makes me happy as a founder, for folks that come do great work at Nihilus. When they go off elsewhere, I want to see that people look at someone's resume and see Nihilus as being a really positive thing. That means that person's a really amazing engineer and someone who's really great to work with. And that's how I measure my success.
This question is for developers, young developers, junior developers out there who are trying to land their first startup job. Say you have 3 full-stack devs who are pretty comparable, and you're trying to just hire one of them. What is maybe one non-obvious thing that maybe would distinguish one person from the pack? Something each of you look for that is not just something that's like glaringly obvious.
We love seeing open source experience. Like, send me, yes, your LinkedIn profile, CV, whatever, but man, send us your GitHub repo, right? Like, and we want to look at that, right? So is that obvious, not obvious? I don't know, but we love seeing that.
We used to, back at a previous company, we used to have 2 different, when we interviewed people, we used to have to give 2 different scores. One was like kind of technical ability, and the other one was what we called Eye of the Tiger. And it was just like, that had no specific term, but it was like just that difference of, oh, this person's really enthusiastic, this person's really passionate. When they start talking about something, their eyes light up, their hands start moving around. Like, so just that sense of, maybe even if they're not quite technically as good, we feel like this person's got that enthusiasm and that like drive to go and do, to really, really push themselves.
Yeah. Again, we're a smaller company, and we really want to see people who care about the business. When you're a junior engineer, that means something different than if you're, a big executive, but it means being tuned in to like what is the downstream impact of whatever thing that you're working on and building. It means asking interesting questions about sort of how what you're going to be building ties into the customers, and also just sort of expressing the curiosity that shows that you're going to be on sort of a high slope of learning.
So it's kind of a lightning round because we have about 50 seconds left. What do you see from a technical leadership point of view changing and staying the same in the next, say, 3 to 5 years at your companies?
I mean, I think there's some stuff which has been the same ever since programming became a job. Like, right back, all the way back to Jacquard limbs. It's like this ability to think more structurally and to not always be sort of resume-driven development, and to start thinking kind of, have that ability to think slightly longer term and sort of more sort of broadly about what you're building.
I think intrinsic motivation, genuine curiosity about the field will, over the long arc of your career, create a better engineer than not. I think that's going to be true 3 to 5 years from now.
I'm going to talk about something that I think is going to change. I think AI coding assistants are essentially the new low-code, no-code, and that means that your sales, marketing, all of these other functions are going to get up to a lot more trouble. And I actually think it's exciting that other people are better able to sort of harness computers.
Thanks, everyone. This was great.
Awesome. Thank you.
Go back this way.
Okay, well, even though it's been tough for tech companies this year, there have been many newly minted unicorns. Not just AI companies like Cohere and Runway, but also in clean tech, energy, robotics, and ag tech, to name a few. To find out what it takes to build and grow a startup to a valuation of more than $1 billion US, please welcome in conversation with Charlotte G. from MIT Technology Review, Daniel Kraus, who is the co-founder and chief organizational plumber at Flix SE, Aspa Lekka, who is the co-founder of Joker and executive in residence at Alpine Investors, and Divya Gokulnath, co-founder at Byju's.
So we did the unthinkable. Now we have the winning formula. We participated in the world's leading accelerators all across the world.
And we're currently the only company doing this.
We're entering the market first, and that's why I believe we can.
Not all startups will succeed.
We're looking at 80 million revenue.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
So good.
Okay, great stuff. Hope everyone's doing well today. Looking forward to having a good chat. Let's just dive straight in there since we've been very kindly introduced by my colleague. Does it take a particular type of person to lead a unicorn? And if so, what kind of person is that, Divya?
Maybe I could not attribute it, and I would not attribute it to one kind of person. I would say it has a lot more to do with quality, the mindset of creating a positive impact, of creating value, and leaving behind a lasting legacy. Valuation is just a number, but value creation is what is there forever. One thing that I see common among most successful unicorn founders is that they haven't really chased that valuation tag. It's always been a byproduct of hard work, of smart work, of believing in the mission, of changing the world, of leaving it a little better than when you came in the first place. So it's all about that right mindset of creating value.
So ironically, maybe not about actually wanting to lead a unicorn at all. Asper, what's your perspective on this?
I would say somebody who can embrace chaos. I mean, scaling a business is so uncertain. There's things coming your way at all times. So somebody who can embrace that and is very quick to change. The organization, as it scales, changes so many forms at every stage of scale, and be able to destroy something you've just built for something that's more robust and sustainable for the next phase. I think it's essential.
Okay. And Daniel, what's your view on this type of person?
Well, I guess in addition to what has been said, resilience is important. We must not forget it usually takes a bit longer to build a large company and really satisfy, thousands of customers. And there are ups and downs, and therefore you really have to believe in what you're doing and have to be resilient and just, pull through.
Of course. And Daniel, I'm going to stick with you. I want to know a little bit about, a lot of people here, they may be running a startup, they may be trying to grow their business. How do you reach that kind of escape velocity where you go from running a startup to running a bigger business?
I think we really, we didn't look at growth of the sake of growth. We looked at all the individual opportunities and really tried to grab them when they were appearing. And we were not afraid of doing that outside of our original country, Germany, really trying to listen to the customers and to, as I said, grab any opportunity, not pulling back from competition, but really take that as something good, something curious. And then one just added up to another, and we kept on sorting out afterwards, what was needed to really grow the organizational structure. But basically, we were only running after, doing good to our customers.
Yeah, for sure. And David, I know your company is starting to expand more globally. What's your kind of take on that? What's your advice on how you manage that process?
I'll speak for EdTech. So we are 16 years into building the company. It's taken a long time to get to where we are today. And I still say we have a long way to go before we can really stop. And our mindset as founders is to leave behind a legacy, run this for the next 20, 30 years. So escape velocity can mean different things. For us, escape velocity means reaching scale by not compromising on quality. And for EdTech, it came with technology. When we were able to use technology to ensure that every student, irrespective of who they are or where they come from, have equal access to the same high-quality learning. So escape velocity happened for us during the pandemic. As unfortunate as it was, we saw widespread traction towards online learning. People understood how it can be a part of mainstream learning. Today, we are at 150 million learners globally. But again, for us, impact is about, can you do well and do good? So while we have 7.5 million paying customers, we have 5.5 million students who are learning from our not-for-profit platform. So all of this is what helps you create a sustainable, long-term business. Like she said, that's rightfully what we need to look out for as founders and as entrepreneurs.
So I suppose that comes back round to the kind of seeing an opportunity and taking when one arises, I guess, much as I hate to refer to the pandemic that way.
Asper, what's your advice in terms of managing that growth process? How do founders manage to go through that and keep their mission?
And for us, it was actually something we had in mind from the beginning, because we knew we had to escape velocity if we wanted to become a big company, and if we wanted to be also relevant in the market, especially competing with big retailers. So when we launched, for us, there was not an option to not escape this growth velocity and be significant and leave a stain in the market. And David mentioned this like fast growth at all costs, but for us that was essential at the beginning to get market share, get the consumers to know about us, get suppliers to be on the brand. So it was necessary, and it was something we had to plan and organize and actually execute well from the very beginning. Otherwise, I think we wouldn't even be relevant.
Mm-hmm. And during that process, what were the biggest challenges that you experienced?
First of all, I would say is that as you scale and you're still figuring out so many things from your operations, it comes at a very high price. When you have things, you're looking how to operate operations, supply chain, everything, and you're at the expansion stage as well. You can imagine that there is a lot of points in the organization, in the business that there is like not doing as great. And you need to be very quick and very agile to resolve them very quickly. Otherwise, it costs a lot to the company. Yeah. And yes, you're gaining time, but also you're like wasting or like spending a lot of money at the same point. So for us, that was a very big learning, and something that back in the days was like very much incentivized to escape this velocity as quickly as you can, become relevant, capture market share, no matter the price. Now I think it's more of a balance in the ecosystem. Yeah. But I would say, looking back for us, we had to do it this way to be relevant and have an option and opportunity to then grow in the market.
Yeah, it doesn't sound relaxing, I'm not going to lie, but then again, I guess if you want an easy life, then don't set up a company. Daniel, what about you? What's the biggest challenge that you've encountered at Flixbus?
So basically, it remains a large challenge that you take on decisions day in, day out. And to really revise these decisions and to cut off things which were true for a certain period of time in the past, that's difficult. That is a challenge, and was a challenge always, because you always you fall in love with your decisions because there was a reason you took them. Yeah. But the reason passes by over time, and then you really radically have to double check and eventually revise. That does not mean you were wrong in the past, but essentially that means you're not right anymore. Mm-hmm. And that's something which always was difficult for me and remains being difficult to really cut that off what is not needed anymore.
Yes. Yeah, I guess a bit of ruthlessness needed, perhaps. Divya, you're nodding here. What's your thoughts on this in terms of the challenges you've encountered?
So many. But if you're going to let me have a go at challenges, you have to let us have a go at our wins also. Okay? Because even though the challenges are so many, we do this because there is a sense of purpose at the end of it, and we're creating an impact. So challenges-wise, over the last 16 years, so many, and where do I start? At first, is online learning even viable? Did we do market research before we launched our app? No, we did not, and thank God we did not. The answer would have been a resounding no. So in 2015, when we went to market with our learning app, we had 2 million downloads in 1.5 months. In a market, a developing market like ours, where people speak about toppers and rank holders, the fear for exams, we spoke about the love for learning. So all of this was a challenge because we didn't know whether we were taking the right decision. The challenge number 2 is what we face today. How do we pivot as a big company from a growth mindset to a profitability mindset? Because we've been through a cycle of being completely profitable offline to completely online, rapid growth, and October 2022 is when we decided, and when the macro changed, that we need to pivot this big organization with 150 million learners, with 50,000 employees, turn around and make it profitable. It's not easy. Mm. It's very difficult. And all of us know about the funding winter. It's affected everybody. So as we speak, we live through those challenges. But ultimately, I feel, being rooted, understanding that you should have a long-term mission, but be flexible with execution, be agile, like Asper said, be ready to change every day and take decisions, unmarry your previous decisions, and be ready to adopt new ones. I think that's what we need to do.
When you look back, was there a point where you can have a particularly memorable win? Was there a real moment of, yes, this is actually happening?
Again, so many. Again, so many, right? And that's the beauty of entrepreneurship. It's filled with wins and losses, and it's the wins which make you go for it again and again and again, and that's addictive, especially in education. For us, every student's learning is a win. That way we have 150 million wins. Or our Education for All program, which is reaching the remotest parts of the country, a country like India where students don't have access to even a school, to a good teacher, 5.5 million wins. And that's how I measure wins, right? It's not in your own success, but it's in the success of your stakeholders, be it students, be it employees, be it investors.
I like that way of measuring wins. Aspa, what about you? What have been your particularly notable successes? What stands out for you?
I mean, we always used to think if we achieve this, then we almost made it. If we achieve this, we almost made it. And there was always something down the line that was the next thing, and that actually didn't mean anything. So I have registered nothing as a big win. I think the whole ride was incredible, and the adventure was amazing. And there were a lot of tough moments and a lot of incredible moments. But truth is that somehow inside this journey, you always think of what comes next. And while you're in the process of achieving a big milestone, you are so concerned, is it even going to happen? What comes next after that? What if that fails? And I think you forget about it, which is actually maybe one of the big mistakes people do in the ride. And then you look back and you're like, oh, wow, I should have celebrated 100 times more.
Yeah, I think it's such a human thing. We always focus on failure. We don't focus on success. It's very normal. Yeah, and Daniel, what about you? Have you been able to celebrate your successes along the way at any point?
We're also not really good in celebrating, and while the others were answering, which I can entirely second, there are three things I have in mind. First of all, when we started, because Flix has been created on top of deregulation, so we had the legislators doing some change and had to believe in that. And when that happened, that was a first win. Obviously for us in transportation and mobility, it was a huge win to just survive COVID. I mean, not everybody did. There was almost a competitive advantage. And we always believed we created a sustainable business, not only from an ecological point of view, but obviously also economically, which means profitable. And when we first, on a long-term perspective, reached that profitability, so we're independent, of investors, of banks and loans and stuff, that is also a last win, because that shows that what started with a dream, with a belief, has become an actual, really, a company, an adult company, so to say.
Yeah, we could have a whole panel, I guess, on managing investors and how you do that, for sure. I want to ask a further question, which I guess is one that maybe you're all able to answer a bit more easily now you've had more time, more experience. What is the one piece of advice that you wish someone had given you as you were starting out? Aspa, I wonder if you can take this one first.
So the one thing I would like to know is that as you scale and as you go through this journey, I think the way people judge success, the factors and the criteria they're using, be it the investors, be it your colleagues, be it your managers, are changing constantly. And you need to be very true to yourself or thinking about what actually long-term success is and not getting derailed with what could be a fad, could be a position of based on the circumstances of that specific period, or the stage of the business is, or I don't know, capacity and other type of issues that you may counter. So be true to what actually matters to you, where is how you stand as a leader, how you view the business model that you probably know deepest and best, and many other people you're speaking and interacting with, holding to this despite everything else you listen to for a very long time. It's something I wish I could know earlier.
Yeah. Divya, what about you? What's the one piece of advice you wish you'd got earlier?
More than advice, when we started up and we didn't know we were starting up, we just started teaching and everything happened around it. Classrooms became stadiums turned into smartphones, and it just grew so fast. I just feel one big strength for us over the last 1 year, which has been one of our most challenging years, has been the power of people, the power of mentors, the kind of people who have supported us in a time that mattered, we didn't have so many as we grew up in the first, I would say grew up because we learned along the way in the first 10 years or so. All that was in the last 2 years. So I would never underestimate the support of rock-solid people in your life. And I feel that's something that I missed, which I would have loved to have earlier on, because as we grew at a frenetic pace, while we focused on content and tech and all of that, we wish there would be someone who would also help us understand the other aspects of growing a business so big and so fast, which we are learning today.
Yeah, I think if COVID has taught us anything, it's that we can't operate individually. You know, we do need other people, and that's partly, I guess, why you see so many people coming to Web Summit. And Daniel, what's your answer to this question? What's the piece of advice?
We've all, or not all, many of us have been doing it the first time. So I didn't run a company that size prior to Flix. And even though there's tons of advice and many good advice, and it's exactly as what we've heard already, still often the easy things, the simple things remain true. And we must not, just forget about them and run after super complicated advice and looking how others have, done it already, and then build something which eventually is artificially complex. That doesn't make sense. I mean, really get back and think it through, and the easy things are often the right choices, at least the right choices to start off with, and not running after what is complicated only because it has been told or advised.
And I would like to kind of drill a bit further into that. I asked a bit about challenges, but I want to briefly conclude on mistakes. What's the single biggest mistake that you have made? And I would really like you to be as honest as you can bear to be. Divya, what's your answer to this?
I mean, in hindsight, everybody is wiser. Everybody is smarter. But if I had to redo a few things, maybe, nobody predicted that the macro would change. Maybe would have grown a tad more slowly. We would have just gone a little slower so that we were able to achieve scale, but also achieve profitability sooner, because I think that's very, very important to be able to. And it's not that we did not know how to build a profitable company. The first 8 years we were profitable, then we went into rapid growth, and then we pivoted back into profitability. Maybe that growth phase, we could have kept it shorter, and we could have pivoted a bit sooner towards profitability. But again, like I said, and to my previous answer, and I think about it, it's also important for young startup founders to know not to take too much advice. You will never take any decision. The lesser the people in the room, the better it is, because the beauty of a startup is that you're able to be agile. And if 20 people are advising you, you're not going to take any decision. So that's also important.
Yeah, of course. Daniel, what about you? What's your biggest
Well, in the
mistake?
meantime, we embrace competition. We love it. It's like in the sports, you really, it's great. And you want to win if you take it on. In the beginning, particularly in our environment with large government-supported competitors, we were rather a little bit reluctant in pulling back, and we're careful. And you don't win if you do not, really start all in and want to win.
Yeah, of course. Aspa, we've got a few seconds.
Yeah, a quick one would be that as you scale, and you scale very rapidly, I think it's important to know when you have to step back and ask for help, and you're like losing the forest and you're only seeing the trees. So having like these moments, I made this mistake too many times, asking too late for help.
Yeah, okay. That's all we've got time for, unfortunately. But thank you very much, everyone, for coming. And thanks, guys, for talking to us.
Thank you.
Okay, just want to do an energy check. Where are we at? You guys feeling good still? Woo! We can do better than that. Day 2, afternoon, let's go. Woo! Okay, thank you, thank you. So what do we mean by data-driven? By having more data, it improves the apps you build, the apps that you buy and sell, so you can deliver better customer and employee experiences. It leads to more accurate decision-making. It promotes the development of more agile strategies, and it helps improve user experience and customer satisfaction. Please welcome the co-founder and CEO at Pendo, Todd Olson, chatting with Nadine Shimrazik of Handelsblack to discover the significance of tech and data to the realms of SaaS and AI.
Todd.
Yes.
That's exciting, isn't it?
Very exciting. It's great to be
on
here.
Stage. We are already introduced, so I wanted to ask you: is there still a digital experience out there you want to optimize with Pendo?
Well, honestly, I want to optimize every digital experience. Even on Saturday, I was here trying to get into the Castle St. George up on the hill. Beautiful castle. I could not use the ticketing system to save my life. I tried for about a half an hour, finally gave up and stood in line. So I don't know who owns that and if they're in the audience, but I would love to work with them on that. And that actually is a theme. In general, the government and most governments, state, municipalities, are just simply behind in their experiences. Now look, a lot of them, we're just thankful that they're digitizing anything because none of us like waiting in line. But try to get a driver's license in the US or try to renew a passport, I mean, it's an incredibly manual process and very huge opportunity to optimize.
Yeah, I'm German. I know the pain. It's really complicated in Germany as well. So you are the founder of Pendo, and you use a lot of data. So is there, did that change over the last 2 years with AI over the last year? Is there even more data now?
Yeah, well, I think this is an interesting trend. I mean, obviously, everyone's talking about AI, but sort of implicit in that conversation is the data. The data that is needed to actually train a lot of these models. And you know, there's a quote years ago that said, "Data is the new oil." And you think about how valuable this data is going to become because the models of the future are all going to be trained in all of this first-party data that many companies have that will unlock lots of generative use cases, lots of automation. And you know, I think our data included with that. And just for context, we collect 20 billion events a day across 700 million people's websites. We have 14 trillion pieces of data generally a year that we capture. So all of that data, like, we have yet to really unlock its potential, and AI really is the enabling technology to help do that.
How do you make sure, how do you ensure that the quality of the data is good and correct?
Yeah, well, look, I think quality is paramount. Like, if you're an analytics company, the last thing you want to do is give people data that is wrong, that they could make an incorrect decision. I mean, depending on the industry, you know, we actually serve healthcare. Imagine us telling a healthcare provider that, you know, certain information that leads to poor decision making in that area, that would obviously potentially have higher consequences than, say, you know, a sports application, or, you know, and even think of financial services or banking. But I think for us, one, it's consistent data capture. We do periodic audits. And then the other big piece, which may sound obvious to folks, is that when we get reports of data inconsistencies, potential errors, we take every report seriously. You know, there's this whole metaphor of a canary in a coal mine. You know, every complaint or concern that we have is researched and verified that, you know, the data itself is actually correct.
How do you handle data privacy, and how do you follow all the regulations? I mean, here in Europe, we tend to be a bit more aware of this. So is there anything you have to change when it comes to making business here in Europe?
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, Europe led the way, so to speak, with GDPR, and we have been following a lot of the standards established by GDPR since that was created. But even so, I think looking towards AI and other new technologies, I think Europe is something we have to pay attention to when we're launching new capabilities to understand if the regulatory climate is different with respect to data. So we also have an EU-based data center, which is located here for data residency issues for companies that are concerned with that. So yeah, I think anytime we release any piece of software now, in particular as it relates to data, we have to look at all of the country-by-country specific regulations to ensure that we're abiding by them.
Yeah. We already talked about AI a bit, but and I know you had a talk about AI yesterday and what Pendo is planning there. But I would like to know how you're using AI internally. Does it help your business? Where are you using it?
Yeah, look, I think when you think about AI, there is multiple aspects of how it affects your company. And yeah, internally is one of the areas where we have a group of individuals who, it's a cross-functional team that's looking at various different new applications that can drive automation across our business. I think the area that we've experimented the most would be within our go-to-market teams. You know, for example, we have teams of people that are trying to acquire new customers by either cold calling or sending out emails. So helping construct a well-formed email, maybe targeting a certain group of customers, that is something we have been experimenting with. Interesting fact, in running a number of pilots across a number of teams, we still notice that the best custom human-written emails tend to convert and perform higher. So while the AI is promising and it saves a lot of time and we could generate higher volumes of things, the quality was actually lower in our early tests. Now look, it's early days. I think the models will get better and smarter over time, but that's something that, look, if we could save time and get equivalent quality, we would certainly take advantage of that technology. So I think there's a lot of interesting applications. That's just one, but I think I see a lot of go-to-market teams starting to use it for those reasons.
Yeah. Behind stage, we were talking about the struggles in the startup ecosystem because of, well, there's not enough capital anymore for all the startups out there. So they had to become more sustainable, had to look more where they put their money into. I guess it was the same with Pendo. Maybe you could just touch up on your experiences and what you changed over the last 2 years.
Yeah, and just a clarification, I don't actually know that there's not enough money out there. There's plenty of money out there. I think the issue is that the terms or the valuations have come down so significantly, none of us want to take that money because it's actually not an amazing deal for our businesses. So I think, yeah, it's forced us to rethink how we measure the business, how we operate the business, and there's been a much greater drive towards efficiency. So as an example, even starting last year, at the beginning of last year, we started introducing new metrics that we track, new data. So for example, revenue per employee, or ARR, annual recurring revenue per employee, was a metric we added to our dashboard, and we started setting goals around improving that metric, which honestly, in the history of the company, we had never reported on to our employees, but it's something that we were able to align around and make significant progress towards efficiency. Now, this year, we've been looking towards a path towards free cash flow positive or generating cash. And that is something that, candidly, in years past, was something like, oh, we'll do that later. Well, now is that later? I think with the changes in the market, you have to adjust based on what investors want to see and what the market's valuing. And right now, the market is valuing growth, but in a much more efficient manner. So I still think growth, or we know that growth matters, but having maybe slightly lower growth, but doing it far more efficiently, that seems to be what investors and the market really seems to be valuing the most right now.
Yeah. So how and where did you cut costs? So is there anything you want to talk about?
I mean, look, I think when you're looking at cost cutting, let's go back in time. When very low interest rates and cash was free flowing, we were able to do things in the name of growth or speed that were highly inefficient. So as an example, we launched a new product a few years ago, and we wanted to get to market very, very quickly. So we hired a whole parallel engineering and product team. That's a whole new leader reporting directly to me, and a whole structure under that person. And the reason to do that is that we knew if we were trying to launch a new product that was maintaining an existing customer base, that they'd always get pulled to fixing some feature, and they would, frankly, always be competing with basically the revenue base of the business. So it's like, okay, I want to get this thing out faster, have a whole separate team that does that. And guess what? It worked. We released really, really quickly, and I think we established product market fit quickly. We started acquiring customers quickly, and that was great. But as we looked at this year about how we could drive more efficiency, we realized we had two teams building essentially the same features in many instances, and we had teams that were really copying and pasting features between two platforms. Well, that's madness if you're trying to become more efficient. So we actually unified those teams this year. That saved us quite a bit of money. We had some duplication of efforts and roles. And it also led, coincidentally, to a better customer experience, as the customers don't have to log into multiple applications. They have a single unified experience.
Yeah. So right now you're standing on your own legs, more or less. Are there any pointers for newer startup founders? What should they have in mind when they start a new business in these challenging times?
Well, look, I think when you're starting a business, it's really important to know how to optimize for the current climate. And right now, I actually think it's a very good time to start a business. I think with the market being low, I think challenging times tend to breed better startups. So I think now is a really good time. But I think always maintaining optionality, so if the market changes, you have time to change, is really important. So we were fortunate enough to have enough cash in our balance sheet with enough runway to be able to adjust our business so that we can survive this more challenging period. And one of the lessons that we learned through this is when the market is hot, like it was a few years ago, take advantage of it. Raise as much capital as you can then, because you just don't know when the market may turn. And I know I had friends that would say, oh, the market's never going to turn, or it's always going to maintain this way. People have been saying it's going to go down forever. Well, what comes up or goes up must come down eventually, and it's sometimes difficult for us to predict it. So maintaining that optionality, I think, is super critical. And we're in a fortunate space, but that's by design, not by accident.
Yeah, sounds like a very good advice to keep in mind. Over the last years, as far as I know, you bought 2 companies. That was in Great Britain, wasn't it? Or at least one.
Yeah, both of them were in Great Britain.
Both. Okay. So you have a one leg in Europe already. Are there any plans to broaden this leg here in Europe?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we're here, so that's in part broadening our legs. Look, I think the European market is a really interesting one for us. And yeah, we've had human beings primarily within the UK, but we know that we need to get closer to communities across the continent. And one of the interesting facts that we learned is we actually sell to, very often, product teams and product managers. And what we're seeing here in Europe is a growth in activity of product managers like we saw in the US 5-10 years ago when I founded the company. So what's really exciting for me, if you look and kind of past COVID, when a lot of the meetups and all those things, obviously they shut down during that period. In Europe is where we're seeing the most of the snapback or bounce back of those product communities. So one of those acquisitions was a community called Mind the Product. Aside from a large conference that they hold in London, they also curate roughly 220 product tanks. These are meetups of product managers across the world. There are roughly 115 across Europe, and they're the most active that we have globally. Interestingly, the fastest growing are in the Middle East, which is an interesting fact. So Abu Dhabi and Riyadh are the two fastest growing.
That's interesting. Why do you think that's the case?
I think that's an exciting market that's going through transition, and modernization and technology is clearly part of the future there. So I think we do between Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Riyadh, I think we're just seeing really interesting activities in there. And that's an area that, because we see this as a leading indicator, we want to make sure that we're getting closer to those communities to make sure we can better serve their needs.
Do you already have the office over there?
We do not have an office there yet, but I think obviously coming to an event like this where we can interact with folks from those various areas helps introduce us to those areas in actually a pretty efficient way.
Yeah. Well, behind the stage, Todd was asking me if there are any interesting conferences besides Web Summit here in Europe or in Germany. So if you have any hints for him, you have to contact him later. So we already talked about Europe. Are there any issues you had as a company, as a startup from the US entering the European market? Is there something where you would have wished for? Should there have been a network, people to contact? Is that something where you said, they're still lacking some partnerships, or was it all set?
Well, look, yeah, I think there's a lot of learnings. And I think obviously one of the challenges with Europe is that it's not just one thing, it's a set of countries. And there's a lot of communities that are very diverse across these communities, all of which have a little bit of nuance and a little bit of differences that we have to understand so we can best market to, sell, and serve those audiences. And one thing that we're working with our teams on is how do we localize our company into these communities? Because I do fear that a lot of our branding, we focused a lot on America, and I think we've got a really great brand presence there, but we need to bring the best of that to Europe, and this is one of our first forays into doing that. But I think, to me, it's just super exciting because I see a lot of the innovation going on over here, and I think there's just, again, so much growth and opportunity for us and actually for the whole product community here in Europe.
Yeah. So if we are going to talk to each other in 1 year time, are there any customer names you want to have gained until then? You want to say, okay, that's a new customer I'm really proud of?
I mean, look, we would love to be working with all the major banks in the various countries. I think that's probably one of the most interesting areas. I think retail sector is also a very, very interesting area. Yeah, I mean, any large enterprise across Germany, France, UK, Spain, I think Portugal here. I met a lot of great companies here doing really innovative things. So yeah, actually, I continue to be amazed by some of the use cases and examples that I meet over here. And actually, I'll give one example because they're already working with us, but it's Essity, which is a European-based company. They do sanitation. So you're thinking they do bathrooms. But all of their products are now served by digital technologies. And apps actually drive how a lot of these bathrooms are now cleaned. And so it's a really interesting digital transformation story. And I think it's a great example of what we're seeing here. And I'm sure there's many more that we'll discover in the next year.
And that's it. We are down to 0 seconds. Thanks for having us, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks, Todd.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody. Well, one of our next speakers is the star of Deadpool and Firefly, and the other is the star of Prison Break and The Walking Dead. Are you guys familiar with those shows, those movies? Yeah. I think so. Okay, energy is still there. But they've been in the spotlight for many years, online and off, as you all know. But how do these two actors make the most impact out of fame? Our next session will have our speakers share their experiences of using their platforms for good, shedding light on their philanthropic work and how storytelling can drive positive change. Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Larry Madowo from CNN International, actors and ambassadors of the International Rescue Committee, Morena Baccarin and Sarah Wayne Callies.
All right, we're here. It's happening.
We're here.
In the arena.
In the arena with all these people. Sarah, Morena, how are you all doing?
We're great.
Good.
Welcome to Lisbon.
Thank you.
It's so great to have both of you here because you have fantastic careers in entertainment, in movies and television, but you have decided to use your platforms for good. Tell us about your experiences partnering with the International Rescue Committee as ambassadors.
I'll go.
Okay, Morena, you're up first.
Thank you for coming. I first became aware of the IRC about 10, 11 years ago. I was invited to a dinner that they were hosting, and they were honoring the Brokaw family for their anthropological work, as well as highlighting some of their amazing refugees that had gone through the resettlement program that IRC has. Particularly, these women were African, and they had gone through they were resettled in the United States, were able to go to school, continue their degrees, and became doctors. And they were very grateful for the organization, but it was such an eye-opening moment for me that the word refugee is a positive influence in our society. I myself am an immigrant from Brazil, and I came under the best of circumstances with a father who was transferred in his job. We had visas. I was able to go to school right away. And thinking about migrating under duress just sounded so much more difficult than my experience, and my experience was hard enough as it was, and it made me really connect with the organization.
All right.
So my grandfather was a refugee. He had could be charitably described as a hard landing. I wanted to be a part of the solution. And when I first moved to New York City, right after grad school, my husband and I went to go see a talk by somebody named Jerry Martone, who'd just come back from the field in a country I'd never heard of called Darfur. And he gave this long talk about what was happening. And I remember at the end of it, I turned to my husband and I said, God, but if it was that bad, wouldn't everyone be talking about it?
Right.
And 6 months later, everybody was. And I thought, this is the organization who gets there first. Mm-hmm. And as I got to know them better, I realized they're also often the organization that stays the longest. And I wanted to be a part of that solution, of the people seeing what's coming and taking the action for those who need it the most.
Right. Let's back up here for a second before we go back into your work. As ambassadors for the IRC in all the places you've been, I think what I see from both of you is a realization that the rent you pay for the opportunities you've had in the world, the blessings you've had, the careers that you've built, is that not everyone has those same opportunities. And what I'm seeing is that you're using them to try and make sure that there's a spotlight on these cases, and you can do something with that, right?
I mean, look, to speak for myself, there's nothing special about me. I don't deserve the attention that I have. My mother's a professor. My mother does work that really does change the world. That's very important. But she's underpaid, and she doesn't have a whole lot of attention for it. For some reason, what I happen to be good at is dressing up in other people's clothes and saying words that were written by other people. And to the extent that there is a certain amount of attention that accrues to that, it only makes sense to use that attention to shift the focus to people who are doing a different kind of work.
It's a fine line, too, between being preachy and annoying. And we're not here to beat anybody up and to say, you should be more informed. The world is vast. The issues are large. But I think an organization like IRC does such a good job creating hope and very hands-on solutions, and I think that's what attracted me. And if I can lend a voice to amplify that, it just feels like the right thing to do.
Do you think, go ahead, Sarah.
No, something that I've noticed is often when people develop a certain profile, sometimes
I hear from folks, I'm going to start a foundation.
Right.
I see a problem, I'm going to fix it. The challenge with that is that means that you've got to build the infrastructure, you've got to fundraise, you've got to figure out a way of doing the work in
There's a lot of admin involved.
A lot of admin, and you got to figure out how to do it in a way that doesn't replicate really troubling imperialist paradigms, and there's a big history of that in humanitarian work. Rather than doing something like that so that I can put my name on it, I'd rather partner with people who've been doing it for a really long time and use their expertise and support that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Morena, you mentioned moving to the US in the best of circumstances, the right paperwork, the visa, and a family with a job and all of that. There's been a lot of attention on the refugee crisis, whether it's Afghanistan or Ukraine, or more recently with Gaza and Israel. And do you think people understand the impossible situation that so many people are placed in when you've got to walk away from everything you know, your family, your homeland, your possessions, and try and strike out in another country?
Not at all. And the media, no offense, doesn't always do the best job in telling those day-to-day stories. I have firsthand experience from traveling with IRC. I was part of a group of people that went in 2018 to Colombia to experience the refugee crisis coming from Venezuela. They were crossing a bridge called the Simón Bolívar Bridge, 50,000 people a day. And it was there that I really understood the difference between an immigrant and a refugee.
Right.
It is not illegal to seek political asylum or, for safety reasons, asylum in another country. It is a legal human right. And unfortunately, the United States and other countries put a very bad stamp on that because the government doesn't give organizations infrastructure to be able to have a landing pad for these people. And that's exactly what the IRC does. And I've been to their resettlement places in Baltimore where people are coming from Afghanistan, they're coming from countries in Africa, they're coming from Europe, and they are learning how to shop in a foreign country, how to find jobs for rent, and the IRC is that go-betweener. Most of the people that I was speaking to on that bridge who are coming into Colombia wanted to work. They want jobs.
Right.
They don't want to be a burden on society. They are doctors, they are teachers, they are people who are skilled, who just have no way of making income in their country. And they had backpacks and their children. This is what they're able to bring into the country, and they are making these decisions on the fly because you wait until the situation is so dire you can no longer survive. And that was such an eye-opening moment for me personally, which is why I want to spread the word. They are incredibly smart people, heartfelt people that don't want to be a burden on society, that want jobs, and this is what we need funding and what we need programs, education programs for.
And the studies back that up, right? Like when you give refugees the legal right to work, they don't have to get driven into unlegal ways to work.
Right.
And, you know, like my grandfather, he started selling apples on the street in New York when he was 8 years old. By the time he died, he was running Fred Astaire Dance Studio in Chicago for Fred Astaire. He was paying his taxes. He gave more to the system than he ever took. And that's the case across the board when refugees are given the right to work. They uplift the economic health of the countries where they're resettled. We don't tell that story enough.
Do you feel a greater responsibility to do this work when there's so much rhetoric that dehumanizes refugees, that kind of turns them into villains that are invading a specific country?
It's not all refugees. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Please.
no, I was just...
We only have 10 minutes, so you can...
I know. But it's not all refugees. We don't treat all refugees the same, right? Many years ago, we were told that Europe could absorb 1 million refugees when those refugees were brown and not Christian. Now, all of a sudden, we have Ukraine. And what we can learn from this situation in Ukraine, Europe absorbing 6 million refugees when they're white and Christian, is our capacity to help people is much vaster than we've given ourselves credit for.
Right.
And so we can export that compassion to populations from the Middle East, from populations from Africa, to populations from Southeast Asia, because there's still good people who still need a home.
Morena.
I just, I always want to bring, we talked about this backstage, I always want to bring it back around to hope, which is why we're here representing IRC. They have so many programs that offer solutions. They are an organization that is working very diligently on forecasting climate change disasters.
Anticipatory action.
Anticipatory action.
We've been working on this.
We've been rehearsing
Anticipatory
this.
action.
We've been rehearsing this. It's a hard thing to say. But, you know, just to not sit here and browbeat everybody because you are all here because you care, but you know, there are so many programs that are needing tech, AI, and funding assistance, and they are education programs that help children on the go stay in school. Something called Signpost, which is real-time information to refugees who are, you know, subject to some bad people when they don't have the right information on what borders to cross, where to go for a clean, safe place to sleep for the night or get medical assistance. And then this anticipatory action, which is trying to solve the issue of, you know, if we can prepare for something that's going to happen, we can mitigate the costs in a much more effective way than being reactionary.
All right, that's an interesting point you bring up because we have here in the audience, these are some of the most influential people in the tech world. They build things, they create, they have solutions for some of the world's most intractable challenges. How can they get involved? What can these people do, people that come to Web Summit?
Go for it.
Well, we'll always take your money.
Always.
First of all, money.
Money.
Money. We need more of
it. To be more serious, I think one of the things, look, the refugee crisis itself is changing, right? I don't want to call it a crisis. The refugee landscape is changing. It used to be that politics drove most of the refugee populations in the world. In the coming years, that's going to be driven by climate change. And that means that one of the things we're doing at IRC, we've got something called the Airbell Tech Innovation Lab. So we're pioneering solutions because the brick and mortar, we're going to build a school in a refugee camp with tents in it and surround it by a fence. That's an old paradigm.
Right.
And so what we need to do, I mean, we've got something called Apprendia, which is an AI-driven chatbot for education that can be deployed over WhatsApp. So in 2013, I was standing in the mud, in the rain, in January in Domiz camp in Kurdistan in northern Iraq. And there were all of these children waiting for an education while the international aid community scrambled for people who could speak Kurdish, Arabic, and English and put up a school in a camp that was taking 5,000 people walking across the border in a day. I don't know if you guys remember, but I remember the anxiety that I felt during COVID.
Right.
When my kids were out of school. You amplify that by the fall of your government and the loss of your personal possessions and the fear and the trauma that you've got. We've got a real problem. So if we've got a system where on mom and dad's phone, you can give your kid your WhatsApp for 3 hours a day, in a place with decent connectivity, now you can have the continuity of that education. And so while the world falls down around them, your kids are still getting the education that they need.
And
Those
they can
kinds
be
of
children.
solutions.
They are allowed to be children.
Yes, absolutely. So for anybody who knows anything about tech, I don't know, anyone? Show of hands. Those kinds of partnerships are very, very useful to us as well.
All right, Marina, anything else you want to add apart from money? People need to donate, share their skills in tech.
Tech, AI.
Wow, you guys are hitting all the keywords.
Okay,
AI
I mean, we
is
know
the
where
rage
we
of
are.
this week.
You know, we need these platforms and the innovative thinkers. We need manpower. You know, there's a lot of software. It takes a lot of time and people and energy to create these programs and to keep them running, to keep them operating. You know, we'll take donations in forms of manpower and time. Corporations having partnerships, getting the word out. You know, we've had some partnerships with people where they, you know, have a link in their app to donate. We're trying to link up with the gamer society. It's a big thing in our world right now to get people interested, young people interested in this cause. So there's really a huge range of ways to help.
You've been to places where the IRC works around the world. Sarah, you've done U.S. resettlement centers, but also in Jordan, in Serbia, in Iraq. Is there a specific story that stayed with you out of the clients you've met and the places you've been?
You want to start with that one?
So many. I remember speaking to somebody in Colombia. They had crossed over the border a few days before. And we were just having like a conversation over sandwiches. We were hungry and taking a break for the day. And I happened to ask, you know, what do you do? And the woman's like, I'm a teacher. I'm a high school teacher. I have a degree. I want to be able to continue teaching, furthering. And I said, well, where's your family? She said, they're back in Venezuela. I don't have the money to bring everybody. My plan is to come to settle and then to bring my family over. And it was just such a simple, everyday conversation with somebody who really just wanted to make a living, and her entire family, 2 children, were at home where they, she said her and her husband would take turns eating for the day because they had to feed their children. We live, right now it's 2023, at the time it was 2018. The idea that there is that kind of need that goes unanswered is staggering. And I didn't know how to square that. And you go through this thing where you're like, I'm so privileged, I feel terrible about myself, but that's not the point. Everybody has a different experience, and it's really just doing what you can when you can.
I don't know that I can't remember if I've ever told this story before. I apologize in advance. It's a bad one. I was in a women's group in, I think, Amman, talking with a group of women who, yes, in Jordan, who were urban refugees who had been in a small village. And one day, a group of soldiers came into their village and they took all the kids and they drove them away in 2 trucks. And everybody lost their minds, because you would if they took all the kids in your village. And the men petitioned and petitioned and petitioned, and so after a week they brought the kids back in 2 trucks, one with their heads and one with their bodies.
Oh my God.
We can do better than that. We can stand up for each other. We can fix that. I think we have to. And I'm an actor, guys. I cry. Don't worry about it. It's just a part of the package. But what I want to leave us with is that we can. The solutions are here. The solutions are in this room, in the brain trust in this room, in the money in this room, in the will in this room, in the way that we talk to each other about refugees. I want them here. I want them to be my neighbors. And I think one of the most important things that I see in the aid community is the need, as we do this work, to take care of ourselves.
Right.
Because you come home with a story like that, it doesn't do anybody any good if you fall apart. You have to be able to restore yourself, to feed your spirit, and to galvanize yourself to go, okay, I'm going to make sure that I don't hear a story like this again to the best of my ability, knowing that these atrocities are happening everywhere in the world. So, yeah, sorry, guys, but...
No, thank you for sharing that. That's powerful. And Morena, when you experience heartbreaking moments like this, how do you remain hopeful when there's so much, so much negativity, so much heaviness?
Thank you for ending on that note. The hope is in the solution. The hope is in the idea that as we study, grow economically, that the world gets smaller and smaller, that companies want to help, people in need. I think if we all chip in any way that we can, whether it's financial, manpower, tech solutions, innovation, there is a solution. IRC has hundreds of people employed for this very reason. We can't just sit back and go, here are the problems, it's overwhelming. Here are the solutions in these specific areas. Here's where we need help. And all of this information is on the website. We are here to connect the dots. If you please want to reach out to us, we're happy to put you in touch with people who are making the real change on the ground at IRC.
And Sarah, what keeps you optimistic when there's lots of reasons to be pessimistic?
Because people care. People choose to stand up for folks that they don't know, who don't look like them, who don't pray like them, who don't eat like them, for no other reason than because they think it's the right thing to do. That's what could be more amazing.
And that's an amazing place to end. Thank you for doing this work, for being so passionate, and for using your platform for good. A big round of applause to Sarah and Morena, please. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Larry.
Also, your socks.
Thank you.
Greatest socks at Web Summit.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
How
transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys.
We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
Okay, everyone, and now it's time for the pitch semifinals. Now, let me bring out Casey Lau and Laura Vicente to co-host this exciting event. Casey, Laura, come on out.
Hello. All right. Hello, Center Stage audience. Welcome to Web Summit's Pitch Semifinals. My name is Casey Lau.
My name is Laura Vicente, and we will be your hosts for Pitch today. In a few moments, our 10 semifinalists will begin one of our most exciting events at Web Summit right here on Center Stage. Are you ready? That didn't seem very ready, guys. Are you ready? Now we're talking.
I know it's late in the day. All right, these 10 startups had to fight hard in the group rounds yesterday to earn their place here today. This year's Web Summit, we have over 2,600 startups exhibiting, so to get to the top 10 is really a massive accomplishment. Now they'll battle it out once again to decide who will go through to the finals tomorrow and to find out who will be crowned pitch winner of Web Summit 2023.
Just remember, only 3 startups will make it to the pitch final, which will take place tomorrow here on Center Stage at 12:30 p.m. I'm super excited to see who made it to the semifinals, but to choose our 3 finalists, we'll need some superstar judges.
So please put your hands together and welcome to the stage our judges. Come on out. The judges are representing Cora, The Last Mile, Dress for Good, LMF Network, Maersk, Unicoin, and Portugal Ventures. For the semifinals, there will be no Q&A.
Welcome.
Startups will have only 3 minutes to impress and convince our judges that they have what it takes to be in tomorrow's finals. All right, that's enough from us. It's time to hear some pitches. Are you ready, judges? Yes. All right.
Are you guys ready? Can we start? Okay, so let's hear it from the first pitcher of the day, Back 3 Gel.
Woo!
Hi, I'm Sebastião, the CEO of Bacterigel, introducing a game-changing tech for the microbiome market. The gut microbiota is crucial for our survival. It's a vast community of bacteria which, when unbalanced, can lead to 90% of chronic diseases. And yet, only 20% of all bacteria species are culturable in the lab. We have developed a new product that enables to culture at least 87% of all bacteria species, opening the door wide open for a microbiome-driven healthcare revolution. Our patented technology is fully tunable to our clients' needs. It has a gradient structure which allows to grow hundreds of bacteria species with different requirements simultaneously for the first time, allowing to recreate complex communities just as they exist inside of the human body. The microbiome market is growing at 31% CAGR. Now let me tell you how we intend to capture 5 million euros of this market in the next 3 years. Using our products, our clients are able to avoid moving prematurely into clinical trials and animal testing, saving tremendous costs and time in bringing new drugs to the market. It also allows to do microbiome mining. So 50% of all drugs come from bacteria. Now imagine what can be done by culturing 4 times as much bacteria species. Our clients are pharma, biotech, and the CROs that service them. We have partnered with 7 early adopters that are currently testing our products, and we intend to bring the outcome data from this pilot study to major lab consumable distributors to secure our distribution channels. This venture started back in 2018 in Italy, when we started MPP development. We then moved to Portugal in 2020, and we incorporated. This year alone, we secured nearly 1.8 million euros in equity-free funding. This will be used to bring Bactigel to a ready stage to be in the scale-up status by 2025. Next year, we'll be fundraising, looking for 4 million euros to help Bactigel finance itself for the following 5 years. Our financial projections indicate that we'll reach break-even by 2025 and nearly 30,000 units in sales in the year of 2026. However, the microbiota isn't restricted to the gut, and we have products to address all human body districts, and we intend to roll them out as the microbiome market develops. For this, we count with a team, a multidisciplinary team of 10 people by the end of this year, and 25 in the next 12 months. And also a strong network of valuable partners to help us achieve our goals. Bactigel, harnessing the full power of bacteria. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Bactigel. All right, judges, you write down your little notes there. So next, before we'll bring on the next startup, it's called Cognimate. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Do you remember when you last held a coffee cup? What if I say 25% of you won't be able to do it sometime soon? According to the World Health Organization, every 4th person suffers a stroke in a lifetime. And these people almost never recover. We have a friend, Diana, who is the founder of a Stroke Survivors Union here in Portugal. She knows everything about stroke recovery. Yet her hand is still disabled years after her stroke. The rehab system is broken, not only for stroke, but everywhere. You come to a clinic when they give you 10 sessions out of 200 required. Then they kick you out because it's too expensive, and they tell you do some exercises at home. But with all the depression and lack of self-discipline, people don't do it, and they don't recover. The good thing, it can be solved. Actually, we solved it for stroke. We understood the key to success here is patient motivation, and we managed to transform these long months of boring exercises into fun games. And we designed this piece of hardware to help patients do everything on their own without the need of expensive clinician nearby. And it worked extremely well. Here are the results of our clinical trials in many hospitals worldwide. We are much, much more efficient compared to conventional therapy. It's also a game changer for clinics because now they save labor costs. One therapist can now serve 8 patients at a time with a higher efficiency. And they liked it so much, so they started using it not only for stroke, but for cerebral palsy for children, Alzheimer, Parkinson, general physical traumas. And step by step, we are scaling to a much wider general rehab market. Time to market is also great right now, as many countries, for example, the United States, are changing their reimbursement system, which means that now clinics can boost revenue from the same patients by just introducing new services like biological feedback or remote monitoring, and that's exactly what we provide them. The market is being disrupted right now. We are not the only one to understand it. But most of these companies are focused on gross motor skills, which are a bit easier to tackle. Yeah, I can restore my arms, I can move, but I still cannot hold this cup. These fine motor skills, and that's what we do. So, my clicker. So with a team of 18 professionals with 100 years of combined experience in software, healthcare, hardware, game development, we built a strong product. We secured next 18 months of runway, and now we additionally fundraised to enter US market. We already have commitments for over 1 million. So join us at Cognimate. Let's make real impacts and make these wonderful coffee moments available to everyone again. Thank you.
Wow, another very strong pitch. Let's hope our next startup is able to keep up the momentum. Come on out, Acrylic Robotics.
We've seen technology change the way we read, the way we watch movies, and the way we listen to music. It's brought these art forms from the elite to the general public. But visual artists are still stuck in the Renaissance, painting by hand and selling each piece one time to one person. Although the art market is valued at over $67 billion, most artists actually live below the poverty line. And it's because they are stuck selling two stark extreme products. Either they sell lots and lots of flat photo prints, or they try and set very high prices of their original works. In between these two extremes, we see a massive market opportunity, and it's defined by three key signals. First of all, people want more accessibly priced art. They want lower prices. They want works with texture, although it's hard to make this at scale. And on the artist side, they want to be able to use new digital and AI creation tools. At Acrylic, we're building the world's first way to make painted art at scale. Artists first create their pieces digitally on a tablet or an iPad. We then train robots to recreate each of their strokes, matching pigment, pressure, speed, hue. Artists can then choose how many they would like to sell. With our technology, we'll turn everyday homes, offices, and public spaces into galleries of splendor, all while supporting independent artists. This is a massive win-win for both consumers and artists alike. And next, we'll open up access to our tool to the general public, allowing art buyers to upload an image or generate one with a text prompt and see it brought to life with our technology. This means that we can give artists passive royalties for the use of their style, and that buyers get unique custom pieces that they love. This is a massive leap forward compared to flat photo prints. Our pieces are macroscopically identical and microscopically unique. Pricing-wise, we position in between flat photo prints and the original, and we do a revenue share with artists. In terms of how we get to market, we start by partnering with really high-profile artists, leveraging their existing buyer base to drive growth and adoption. We then scale through partnerships with emerging artists, selling through external distribution platforms like online art marketplaces, brick-and-mortar galleries, home furnishing stores, hotels. And then we use this halo effect to drive adoption of our generative platform. This is not just theory. We've been building this technology. It works. We launched our first collection with a prominent artist named Matt Chesko. We drove $25,000 in revenue in under an hour. We went viral. We saw 10 million views across platforms, and we doubled our artist waitlist. We now have over 200 artists waiting to get access to our technology, and key pilots signed with players including one of North America's largest online art marketplaces, repping over 14,000 artists. I'm now raising our pre-seed round to allow us to do 10 high-profile artist collection drops and international demos. If you're heading to Art Basel in Miami in a couple weeks, come see us. We're doing a demo with Adobe. This will also allow us to unlock our artist waitlist, drive nearly $1 million in revenue, and release the beta of our generative painting technology. My name is Chloe Ryan. I am an artist at heart, an artist by trade, and also a robotics engineer, so I know the problem and I understand the solution. I'm super excited to be building this technology. If you are an art buyer in the audience and you want to buy one of our pieces, you can scan the QR code or head to our website, look up acrylicrobotics.ca to buy a piece. We're live. If you're an investor in the audience, I'd love to connect with you this week. And to our judges, thank you so much for your time.
All right, great job, Acrylic Robotics. It's time to welcome our fourth startup to the spotlight. So let's hear it for Digital First AI.
Wow. Hey everyone, I'm Rafael. I'm CEO of Digital First AI. I'm here to put your marketing into autopilot mode. Oops. Yeah, what for final? Typically, it takes 3 months to build and launch marketing campaigns from scratch. But what if time wasn't a constraint? Despite the time, an overwhelming 85% of those campaigns still fail in the end. The marketing world is desperate for a revolution. Building a campaign is a complex, multi-step process. And we have compressed this traditional timeline into groundbreaking 3 minutes already, with our ultimate goal is 3 seconds. Based on your website address, business document, or any other source, we automatically build your business canvases, which in our tool serve as strategic repository of your company's data. Using this information, we build all your marketing assets, finding your true value proposition, messaging, exploring your target personas, and finally, building all creative assets that are ready to be launched on your marketing channels. Your goals are unique, and so should be your tools. Customize our AI to your needs, ensuring that it aligns perfectly with your targets. Since we launched a year ago, we've already onboarded more than 10,000 marketers across 60 countries. We automated 30,000 campaigns, which resulted in a 30% monthly growth. Today, our tool is used by freelance marketers, marketing agencies, and small to medium marketing teams. Starting in $99, we're currently expanding our subscription model. Next year, we're releasing an enterprise offer that is crafted with one of the biggest marketing players in the game. In January, our MRR was $6K. Today, it's $86K. That's over 900 paying subscribers coming from 60 countries, 50% from the USA alone. We're not alone in this, of course. With SEMrush, McCann, University of Oxford, and Microsoft for Startups, we're aligned with the best. Before this company, we built one of the biggest marketing groups in Poland, together with my co-founders. We built hundreds of big brand strategies for the biggest brands worldwide in that time. Following a successful pre-seed round for $500K, today we're on a track to raise $3.6 million to move us closer to autonomous marketing. Speaking of which, there are 5 levels of it. Today we're on the 2nd level, which still requires human input, of course. But we have all what it takes to go up in this ladder. We want to spend 50% on product, 30% on team, and 20% on marketing. Our AI roadmap stars multimodal AI technologies, our own marketing recommendation engine, and multiple AI agents who not only take on your tasks, they strategize them. Thank you very much.
All right, great job, Digital First AI. Will our 5th startup be victorious? Come on out, joiners.
Wow, that's crazy. Hi, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. My name is Gabriele Giuliano, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Joiners. I have a question for you. In your opinion, when did I take this screenshot? Today or 10 years ago? Well, actually, it doesn't matter because job offers have never changed. In these years, job offers remain the same. We all know that the current job search process is often manual, time-consuming, and boring. Even on popular recruiting platforms such as LinkedIn, Indeed, and many others, we find traditional job offers that are complex and difficult to understand. That's why we created Joiners.com, a two-sided platform where the new generation of talents get jobs. We are 20 people fully committed on this project, and we want to revolutionize the recruitment market for the Gen Z talents. Now, let me explain why our users log into Joiners every single day. Suppose I'm looking for a job. I go to Joiners, inputting my values, preferences, and characteristics that reflect the job offer and the company I'm looking for. Now, Joiners combines all my preferences and shows me job opportunities ordered by a compatibility score. So in this way, I can apply for positions that truly pique my interest. Now, here's the game changer. This is a traditional job offer, and normally, I would spend my time reading it. However, on Joiners, we implemented an artificial intelligence model that is able to read job offers on my behalf in seconds and generates a new job offer, more understandable, highlighting why I'm compliant with it. We have this precision because we don't match filters to filters like any job boards. Our AI is able to comprehend the text of the job offer and extracting its values and characteristics. So for job seekers, it's easier to find right opportunities and comprehend them. Hey, good news. On Joiners, I'm not alone. We have a community of 600,000 students and new graduates that are using our solution to kickstart their career. Our revenue model is B2B, and the most prestigious companies are using Joiners to attract and hire suitable candidates across Europe, including Portugal. And now we are testing the Brazilian market. We are on track to achieve 1.5 million in revenue, and we are going to close our seed investment to go faster. I promise you, Joiners will become the norm in the recruitment market. We have an amazing team, an innovative product, and we have traction. So if you'd like to take part in this revolution, if you want to join us, please come and see us after the pitches. And thanks for listening.
OK, so wow, the bar has definitely been raised for the semifinal. And I can't wait to see what's yet to come. We are now halfway through. We've had 5 amazing semifinalists, and there are 5 more to go.
That's right. But before we move forward with the competition, let's throw back to 2022. Right here on center stage, on the last edition of Web Summit, Anna was crowned pitch champion with her startup, Fenio, an AI startup that generates API docs in just a few clicks. She bested over 2,000 startups last year in the process and making history as the first Georgian founder to take the big prize.
So now we're going to rewind the clock a little bit and talk to the last year's winner. Let's see what she's been up to. Come on out, Anna.
How's it going?
Great. It's amazing to be in this stage again.
Yes. We had a lot of explosions and things coming at you, right? Before we begin, tell everybody a little bit about what your startup does.
Yes, so we are an AI tool that generates API documentation. It's as simple as that. And yeah, we also manage API management. And if you have APIs, feel free to check out our tool, fenio.io.
So you, after winning the big prize last year, you went home to Georgia. What happened when you got back?
We got so much support from Georgia. Honestly, I think it's one of the best communities, how supportive not only the other startups are, but the entire ecosystem. So, for example, the president gave us the Medal of Honor.
Wow.
And yes,
Wow.
Yeah, so the amount of support that we get there is just amazing. And I do encourage everyone to check out startups in Georgia. And if you are thinking of starting a startup, I think Georgia is one of the best places to be at.
Amazing.
And what advices would you give to somebody who's starting a startup or thinking about a pitch, putting together a pitch?
When it comes to starting a startup, I would say is first understand why you want to start it, what problem are you solving. Then try to speak with the champions in the market and get as much knowledge as possible. Maybe try to see what it takes to build a first MVP. And then everything will be just a story.
Perfect. Very good guideline.
Yeah. So you've been backstage watching the first 5 startups pitch so far. What kind of advice do you have for the next 5 for pitching out here in this massive audience here?
I remember last year that I was so nervous that, to be honest, I don't even remember most of it, how it happened, what happened. I just remember holding that, pitch sign, and I remember I was told that I need to hold it a specific way.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking the entire time, and I didn't even get to enjoy winning, or even talking to judges, or talking to the audience.
Yeah.
So my recommendation would be just to relax and look at this amazing audience as your potential clients, potential investors. So tell a story and tell your story. You have so many people listening to you today.
Amazing.
Do you feel better, more relaxed now and coming back 1 year after with a prize on your store?
I'm not sure. Every time I look at this audience, it's always
it is a lot of people, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But we have a lot of Georgians this year.
Yeah.
So I feel a little bit more relaxed knowing that I have their support. Actually, this year, Georgia also has a stand, first time ever. And we have amazing startups that I want to very quickly highlight. Startups like Story AI, Wempler, Clippy, Cross Creators, Basi, and other amazing startups that are here today. Feel free to check them out in Pavilion 4. Amazing, amazing startups.
Amazing. Thank you for joining us, Anna. It was amazing to have you here. Let's round of applause to Anna and Thenio.
Woo. Amazing.
Right. Now let's return to 2023 and finish the semifinals off with the last 5 pitches. Coming up next, we have Kinderpedia. Let's give them a big round of applause.
They say people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So I start by sharing something that we at Kinderpedia care deeply about. Parent engagement in education is one of the strongest predictors of a child's success, not only in school, also in life. I am Evelina. I am one of the co-founders of Kinderpedia, the complete communication and management solution for schools and childcare centers, recognized across the world for innovation and social impact. Our all-in-one digital tool reduces teachers' administration time by 6 to 9 hours a week. It dramatically improves parent engagement in education, and it builds trust between schools and families. Also, it gives school management a 100% line of sight over all activities. Kinderpedia is scalable. It is cloud-based, multi-language, and multi-currency. The solution is available on the web and through native mobile apps for both school and family. We monetize through a subscription model paid by the school, and today there are more than 500 paying institutions on Kinderpedia that take our annual recurring revenue to 1 million euros. Let me show you how it works. Schools bring their entire community on Kinderpedia. They set up classes, invite teachers, students, and parents. Teachers create their classes schedule once per semester and set the recurrence. Then, from their mobile device, they take attendance, grade students, schedule assignments, even correct them on their smartphones. When needed, any class may turn into a video conference. For younger students, Kinderpedia allows educators to share updates with families with just a few taps. Parents are constantly connected to their children's activity in school or kindergarten and never miss anything important. Reports give school managers a complete perspective over their institution at any time. On Kinderpedia, schools issue invoices for tuition fees automatically. Parents receive them and can pay them straight from their mobile apps. Our student progress tracking module allows teachers to make observations about children's development, to assess them according to their own curriculum, and to make personalized lesson plans for each student. What makes Kinderpedia special is the fact that it is an all-in-one solution. Our multiple yet tailored functionalities, the superior user experience on web and mobile, assisted onboarding for each school, and permanent customer support. However, what truly differentiates us is the exceptional feedback that we get from our users about the way Kinderpedia shapes their day-to-day activity. Looking forward, we are seeking funding in order to strengthen our presence in Europe and the Middle East. So join us in transforming education across the world today. If you are parents, you may share Kinderpedia with your schools. If you are investors, connect with us, and let's take education to the next level.
Another great pitch from Kinderpedia, and now it's time for our 7th pitcher of the day, Climate Camp.
Good afternoon.
So who here loves chocolate? Now think about the whole journey the cocoa bean takes to the store shelf. But then think about the carbon footprint of all of it. Think what percentage actually originates from the supply chain and not from the chocolate factory. Well, according to the Carbon Disclosure Project, it's over 85% that come from the supply chain. And 7 out of 10 procurement directors cannot even locate where exactly in their organizations these supply chain are located. And starting next year, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive will require every single company to track their supply chain emissions. Now think, are you ready with existing tools and processes to engage with all of your suppliers? But what if there's a simpler way? We're introducing Climate Camp, the most collaborative sustainability platform. We connect food and beverage companies with their suppliers to simplify the supply chain management process. We make it super easy for companies to share the information across the value chain, quickly analyze the maturity of suppliers, and then start collaborating for actually reducing the footprint overall. Within the first hour, you actually connect with over 6,000 suppliers on our platform. Within the first day, you can connect with the remaining suppliers. And after a week, you can forecast with confidence if you actually are achieving your reduction or net zero goals with all of that. We're confident that Climate Camp changes the world, engages with supply chain emissions. And we're actually pioneering a new category in the market. We call it the ESG data collaboration. And this area has seen very little innovation, and we innovate on 3 things. We make it super easy to onboard suppliers. We build an open standards to interoperate with other solutions, and then you can trust the data and the quality that the suppliers share with you. The most collaborative sustainability platform, that's also part of our business model, because it's free to collaborate with your suppliers and customers, and then the premium plans actually allow you all to have access to all the tools you need to manage your supply chain emissions. And the secret sauce is actually in the network effect that's in our solution, whose impact is amplified with every new member and every new collaboration. So today, 80,000 euros annual recurring revenue, 14 paying customers, 2 contract renewals, 2 contract expansions, and we are already trusted by strong brands in the food and beverage sector in Belgium and in Germany. We are a team of 11 today, combining experience in supply chain, data science, climate science, data sharing platforms, and we operate in 2 bases, Luxembourg and Belgium. And today, equipped with learnings from our pre-seed stage, we're actually kicking off and starting our seed round to accelerate our growth in the food and beverage sector, and then reduce the time it takes to onboard every single supplier. My call to action to all of you, start collaborating for the net zero, and I invite all investors to invest in the most collaborative sustainability platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Climate Camp. All right, we have 3 more pitches to go. Have we seen the winner yet? Yes, we have. How about judges? Have we seen the winner yet? Okay, everyone's like, I don't know. Okay, let's bring out the next one. Next up is Inspira. Let's bring them out.
How you doing? What's up, guys? How you doing? My name is Enrique. I'm one of the co-founders at Inspira. Our mission is to reinvent the Brazilian legal industry and democratize access to legal information. So, when I say Brazil, obviously, I think the first thing that comes up to mind is, yes, we are 5-time world champions in terms of football, but we also are champions in something else. We have over 1.5 million lawyers today in Brazil, and this number just grows. We also champion a number of legal claims under trial today. We have over 100 million of them. And we're also champion with 1.5 of our GDP spent on judiciary system just to maintain it. So 75% of those lawyers are overwhelmed with work and admit working outside business hours. On top of that, on average, they spend 20 hours a week on administrative tasks, such as legal research and document review and preparation. A recent study by Goldman Sachs has shown that legal ranks second worldwide for highest potential for automation. And that number is immense. And Inspira is a trustful co-pilot, taking that exact opportunity that the market is showing. So in 2022, we focused on the legal research engine and knowledge management system. This year, we've experimented and improved our model with GenAI, and next year, we want to scale this model. So the automatable task previously performed by lawyers will now be performed by the co-pilot, allowing lawyers to be 10 times more efficient. So this is exactly what our roadmap shows. So we start with the co-pilot for lawyers, and we'll outsource the service to corporations. We have a very strong ecosystem in Brazil. Our market of choice is the B2B segment. So 75% of the biggest law firms and 40% of the biggest banks are our clients. Apart from that, we've been setting strategic partnerships with the most traditional law schools across the country because we believe law students should have access to these technologies as they enter their professional career. We've grown 145% in the last year. So we're finishing this year with 2 million in ARR, 2024 with 5, and we expect to reach 15 by 2025. A few KPIs here. We have over 100 clients. Our NPS is at 91, and we have over 4,000 users active on our platform. Everything I've said comes down to this. We've saved 800,000 hours for our users using technology. Really, what it means, basically 1 month of lifetime recovered in that sense. We have a very strong team, very diverse, with lawyers, data scientists, and engineers, and we're ready to build Latam's first legal unicorn. My name is Enrique. I'm happy to meet you all at our booth. Thank you.
5 times the World Cup. You got me on that one. All right, so thank you, Inspira, and let's welcome now S-Lab to the stage.
Hi, my name is Julia. I'm CEO and founder of S-Lab. The world has finally decided to change. In just a couple of years, all the packaging has to be recyclable or reusable. This means that we need to eliminate 15 billion kilograms of polystyrene produced in the packaging industry every year. SMBs and corporations are already under the pressure of sustainability regulations, green policy transition, and customers' choice, where eco-friendly packaging is a must. That's why we created S-Lab and introduced a truly green packaging solution that consists of only 2 plant-based components. One is agricultural waste. The other one is mycelium. Mycelium is a network of mushroom roots, and we use its binding power to create a strong and reliable material. S-Lab packaging has the same features as polystyrene in terms of durability, waterproof, and thermal insulation. But after the usage, it will fully decompose in just 30 days. So it is a natural replacement of polystyrene that can be applied in several industries, like cushioning for beauty and self-care, lodgements for electronics and devices, packaging for fashion and decor, and even thermal insulating boxes for food and pharmaceutics. So our customers can say goodbye to polystyrene and embrace power of a truly green packaging. And speaking of customers, we already have clients who rely on us for their monthly packaging needs. On top of that, we run pilots with such big companies as L'Oreal and Samsung. Moreover, we have pre-orders from our future customers, and there are some cool names, as you can see that. Currently, we are building an automated production line using our own innovative patented technology that will enable us to produce at the industrial scale. And then, to have even more exposure, we have unlocked scalability with a simple solution, where we optimize production line to fit into the 40-foot containers that will serve as the mini factories. And then mini factories will be deployed at the customer's premises. So that's where packaging is produced. This way, we go global by creating a network of the mini factories around the world. And there are 2 streams of revenue. One from producing packaging at our own facilities, and second from the monthly service fees from the containers around the world. Worldwide packaging market is worth 1 trillion euros per year. And by providing biodegradable polystyrene, we are going to capture 1 billion euros market share within the next 5 years. Just imagine an impact. Every time you buy your favorite cosmetics or TV set packed into S-Lab material, you make lens free from polystyrene, reduce significant amount of CO2 emissions, and save loads of water. We just recently closed our investment round of 700,000 euros and went through the acceleration program with Techstars. And our core team consists of experts in biotechnology, hardware engineering, packaging, sustainability, and logistics. who do not want to do anything else but build the future of the packaging industry. So I invite you to join our journey and come to talk to me after the show. Thank you very much. I'm Julia from SLab.
Awesome job, S-Lab. All right, here it is. Last, but definitely not least, let's welcome Cavallo.
Hello, everyone. Let me start with a question for the audience. Are you ready? I want you to clap in your hands if you used at least one cosmetic product today. Amazing, amazing. So we are actually using, on average, 12 different cosmetic products every single day. Product just like this one. And if you turn it around, you will see a list of ingredients. You will notice that these products are formulated typically using 15 to 50 different ingredients. That means that you are putting, on a daily basis, 168 different ingredients on or in your bodies. The cosmetic industry is worth close to 600 billion, with more than 100,000 new product launches every single year. But from all these product launches, half are estimated to fail. Yes, half. So you might wonder why. Well, it typically takes 2 to 4 years to launch a product like this one, and can involve up to 15 external parties, formulation houses, regulators, contract manufacturers, and many more. These companies need to exchange a huge amount of data. There are, of course, solutions out there. The problem is, these solutions individually address some of the problems along the way, but collectively contribute to the market fragmentation. The fragmentation is particularly bad on the data side. The data is often not up to date, and the different formats make it incredibly hard to draw insight, collaborate, and ultimately result in a slower time to market. That's the problem we are solving at Cavallo. We build the data platform for the consumer good industry to give the brands the data they need where they need it. Today, we have all the data they need. With more than 90,000 ingredients listed, we are the world's largest ingredient platform. This allowed us to attract users from more than 5,000 brands in more than 140 countries. We then enable those brands to access the data they need where they need it. Should it be in our own operating system or into complementary softwares like formulation tools, PLM, and many more. And finally, to add a bit of the flavor of the moment, we are building the very first AI-driven recommendation engine for sustainable alternative with the 2 leading universities in Switzerland, ETH and EPFL, to enable those brands to address the growing demand for sustainable products. So if you want to see more sustainable, transparent, and innovative products in the market, Cavallo is the solution you didn't know the market needed. Thank you.
All right, center stage audience, round of applause for Cavallo and all our semifinalists here today.
Woo! Well, I've saw some great startups, and I'm sure we'll be seeing them for the next few years. Do you have any favorites, Casey?
Yes, I do, but I don't want to sway the judge's decision. But I will say we had a great group of semifinalists this year, which will make our judges' job harder.
Okay, judges, we have a few minutes away from announcing who our finalists 3 will be. So please don't forget to lock in your scores right now. And while you do that, me and Casey will disturb you by asking you questions. Yay!
That's right. All right, let me start first. Hi, what's your name and what do you represent?
My name is Sonia Barlow. I am the founder of the LMF network. So if LinkedIn and Bumble had a baby, that would be us. We're democratizing mentorship, access to networks, and making sure that every woman and non-binary folk has access to the confidence and career knowledge they need to really succeed in life.
Okay, so which one did you see today that you liked the best?
I don't think it's fair to tell everyone which one I think was the best.
Okay.
I definitely think that every startup here had a real world problem they're solving. They came with a real use case. They had receipts and evidence of everything they were building. And most importantly, they had energy. And I think that's really important when you're building a business because you need energy to keep going. So I wish every startup here the best. And obviously the one that I'm more attracted to are the ones in the education, family, and inclusion sector, because that's really what I am trying to fix as a founder.
Okay, so which one do you think had the best pitch, the presentation of the 10?
I actually gave that to acrylic robotics.
Okay.
And I also, there was a few that were very much near enough, but I gave that to them. I think it was punchy. The slides were great. It was really clear as to market fit, what they've done before, what problem they were solving. They brought energy to the table. But most importantly, there was a clear solution in mind that I personally, given where the world is going with the content economy, the creator economy, AI and generation, and just more investment in the arts and creative industry, I could see how we could scale that globally and also support countries that don't necessarily have access to internet and Wi-Fi right now, in enabling them to be more economically financial, and for introducing equality into the world, which is something that we definitely all need.
Great, excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
I saw you were done really fast, so please tell everybody your name and what do you do.
My name is Igor. I'm also from Brazil.
I know.
And I run a company in Brazil who's digital banking for small and medium companies, and the only one focused on small and medium companies. And I am amazed by those guys.
Right, I was too. It must be very impressive, and
I
also to stand in front of everybody.
The main point was I thought that would be easier, and it was harder.
To choose, you mean?
Exactly, because in order to be completely honest, I gave 10 for 3.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
What? There are 3 finalists.
So maybe
So you got your 3 finalists.
But the main point was all of them, they did an amazing job, and I am really, really impressed. And it's not that easy. Look at those guys.
I know. I've been here every day.
For you, it's easy. But for us, it's not that easy
No,
as you
not
think.
even for me.
And let me tell you, and they did an incredible job, and I'm really, really proud of everything that they have accomplished.
Great.
Great, okay. All right, let me come over to this gentleman here. What is your name and what do you do?
Juan Pablo Ortega, I'm the co-founder and CEO of UNO.
Okay, and you've done a couple of startups in your life.
Yeah, only 2.
Only 2, okay. Which startups did you, what was the best startup presentation, let's put it that way, that you saw today?
I think Inspira was super engaging. They put some...
Oh, there he is.
How much is that guy getting paid out there?
Yeah, it was part of the presentation.
It's part of the
they even
presentation.
had people in the audience doing part of the pitch. No, but I really like the idea. I spent too much money on lawyers, so when I saw that, I'm like, if this is going to save me money in lawyers, I like it. Yes. Yes, for sure. But everyone did a great job. I think it's crazy how in 3 minutes they were able to display super complex ideas and also how it's going to work. So everyone should win, but we're going to have only 3.
Okay, great, thanks.
You're also political, like, oh, everyone should win. You know, I wish I could give the prize to everybody. Do you want to tell us your name and what do you do?
Sure. My name is Beverly Parenti. After a long career in tech, I now have a nonprofit called The Last Mile, where we provide technology training to incarcerated men and women in the United States. So when they come home, they could be web developers and maybe work for some of your companies.
Nice.
This was really interesting because the startups came from so many different types of businesses. So it's hard to really pick a winner. It could be a winner in a certain vertical, but it's challenging. I love kindergarten.
Kinderpedia.
Yeah.
Because that is so relevant to so many people and really can help change the way education is brought into the home, how the school can manage it, the communication between parents. I think that's vitally important. I love the idea of being able to create artwork with robotics. My question would be, how long does it take?
Mm-hmm.
S-Lab packaging, huge, huge. So I would say those are my top 3, but it's so hard because I think that they all had really great presentations and great relevance for society.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for the next step. But let's just think about it when we get there. Let's just go one step at a time.
I'll hold then.
Thank you.
Okay, hi, over here. What's your name? What do you do?
Hi, I'm Teresa Fuse from Portugal Ventures. I'm a venture capitalist.
Okay, great.
We invest in startups. So.
Okay, so you've seen tons of pitches. What did you think of the pitch today?
I'm really impressed because these startups were so brave, introducing themselves and what they do to the world, and from different parts of the world and different verticals. And this is difficult to choose because in life sciences I would choose one, and in arts I would choose another, and in it's very, very difficult. But I'm used to decide, so it's what I'm going to do today. And I will decide for what I think it's more relevant, a problem solver for most people in the world. Because you have to have the world as your market, not only one country or one tiny thing. So
yeah.
I'm not going to say
which
I'm going to vote.
That's okay. We'll find out now anyways. But you always just say Inspira. Just say it.
I can say Inspira is very well graded.
There we go. Just wanted that guy to
I'm not saying it's the winner for me, but yeah, great job with Inspira. And it's good to have this kind of audience that gives you confidence and support. So well done to Inspira and to Brazil.
All right, great. It's time for us now to reveal who will take part in the pitch final tomorrow. Come on out one more time. Startups. Give me a round of applause.
Woo-hoo. Okay.
Get a good look at them.
Yes.
Stand all in a line here. Why don't you come, so let them all out. Okay, come on down. Don't be shy. Okay.
Should we get some drums for this moment? I think this moment deserves drums.
Stand in a line so everybody can see everybody. Well, boys on one side. That sounds good. Okay, perfect. There we go. All right.
Can we get some drums for this moment, just to be like... Okay, so remember, in no particular order, the pitch finalist is... Oh my God, I'm so nervous.
Oh, it's on this side.
You want to say the first one?
Go ahead.
No, you say it.
Cognimate.
Woo!
Come on up. Oh, the second pitch finalist is?
Dun, 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 dun. Kinderpedia! Congratulations!
All right, and the third and final pitch finalist joining us tomorrow here on Center Stage is Inspira! All right, fantastic. Get together for some pictures for everybody. Yeah, great.
I feel like we should get them on stage as well.
Yeah, exactly. You guys should come up there as well. No, we're just kidding. Not them. Calm down. This is the end of the show here. Okay. So thank you, everybody, that were part of the competition today. Today, the power was in our judges' hands, but tomorrow, in the grand finals, you, the audience, get a say, and you become the fourth judge. So make sure you're here to support your favorite startup tomorrow. Please join me and our final judges here on Center Stage at 12:30 p.m. to decide who is crowned the pitch champion of Web Summit 2023. Thank you, and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos.
It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create, allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Content, there's no question, is going from 2D to 3D. It's happening all around us.
I don't think you could replace me with AI and do the same YouTube videos. It's all about people. When you have a shared vision, it is incredible what you can accomplish.
The people in this room, the jobs that you create allow us to have vibrant and dynamic communities. And we get to have some fun over the course of that process as well.
AI will be transformative for us.
You have unique opportunities to build something great.
And we can be found on the right side of history or the wrong side of history.
And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently.
Creative people and creativity is about what could be and should be.
And I think it's really up to you guys. We're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here.
The world needs more of that now than ever.
Let's go get it. Let's do it, because it can be done.
you.